Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, it's Monday. What's going on, everybody? How you doing? Everybody have a good weekend? Hope you did. Have you tried claiming your own videos via a separate channel? That way others can't claim, so you don't have to play AI music. No. I don't, as far as I can tell, that's not really how that works, dude, but maybe, I don't know. Anyway, Splash Twist, thank you for the gifted sub. Sorry about the AI bamboozling. You gifted a sub on a premise of that we weren't using AI music. Sorry, man. It's the claim system is so bad. It's so bad, dude. That's the only thing that doesn't pick it up. Even if I pay a music creator, right? Which I wouldn't mind doing. Even if I paid somebody for their work, it still claims it. Like, this is what I'm talking about, dude. It's terrible. Anyway, welcome to part 19. We're gonna go shake down that lunar lander out by the moon. We got the lander out there in Kerbal, but we'll get to that real quick. All good. Best wishes from Brownsville. All right on, man. Heck yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. I wish I could head down there more, but it's not in the cards right now. What is in the cards is a car update. Here, check this out real quick. Car update for you guys. I did a lot of work over the weekend. I probably put about 8 hours in over the weekend. And I stayed up way too late last night trying to get that. Oh, OBS isn't on the other computer. I'll be right back. Trying to get this car back on schedule. So, if you look at the left frame rail, I've been working on a computer project over the weekend. It's great to have a project to sink time into, so I know how you feel. Yep. So, the left frame rail, I ended up fixing a ton of things on it. When we burned that leaf spring perch in, there was a bunch of pinholes from the pieces that we replaced. So, there was a bunch of pinholes from the pieces that we replaced, and the bent pieces that I made weren't really aligned with the pan. So I went through the entire frame rail to make sure that my frame rail flanges, which are the flat pieces of the rail here, I can show you what that means. So if we're looking, what the hell is this? This captured car is a piece of junk, dude. I swear. What is going wrong with this? Why would it capture halfway between the damn monitors? What are you... Who does that? Why would I want it to capture half of one monitor? The frame rail has tabs on the top, okay? There's tabs, and then there's your frame rail channel. Your frame rail channel is a U shape, and there's little tabs on the top. I noticed that the ones that we burned in probably July were not parallel. They were crooked, and that was causing a lot of misalignment issues. So over the weekend, what I did was I basically cut out all the stuff that we did previously, like all of it, and then some, and redid the frame rail channel so it's perfectly parallel, because in some spots we bent it crooked. It's perfectly parallel throughout the whole frame rail, and the tabs are perfectly even throughout the entire channel of the frame rail through the parts that we replaced. I basically rebuilt that whole frame rail over the weekend. From probably the back 2 feet of it. Yeah. And then I ground it down, ground everything smooth, and then painted it. Did you ever realign monitors from BF6 Friday night? What do you mean, Fluffy? So this might be the result of ship it, we'll fix it later software mentality. To speak in software terms, I refactored the frame rail. It is much, much better now, and it fits much better. Then last thing I need to do is burn the leaf spring perch back in. You guys have already seen how to do that, so I'm just trying to get us back to where we were. Yeah, it's and then I did a full mock-up of the car over the weekend, putting all the components back in place, everything back down to the rear bumper. Everything fits. Actually, I think I did that on Thursday, but I've done it again multiple times. What I'm really learning is that every time you change something on the frame rail, you got to test for fitment again. So trunk pan in, trunk pan out, trunk pan in, trunk pan out. I probably did that maybe 20 times over the weekend. Don't you shift your monitor to display settings? No. I shut off Synergy. Synergy is a program that I use to... it's a program that I use to use one mouse and keyboard to control both computers. Synergy allows me to... What the hell is wrong with this thing? All right. I'm going to restart this computer again.
posted something in your KSP1 Discord chat that shows the Weasley engine doesn't include the parts drag that it's attached to. Also posted a way to get the debug menu to open inside the SPH.
My debug menu could always open inside of the SPH, but that's still cool. Still cool. Yeah, RJ, I'll look into it. Zizep, 89-month resub, 96 total. 8 years marriage. What is happening to our team? You starting to have faith for reaching the playoffs? I think we'll reach the playoffs, Zizep. Yeah. Yeah, River Dave Kenny. Yeah, anything worth doing is worth doing right. Yeah, I refactored a bunch with those frame rails, dude. But yeah, as I said, Pats look really good. They looked really good. Little stumbly in the first half, but man, they blew the heck out of Cleveland. Take us back to the Holy Land. Dude, I don't trust it. Teams don't rebound like this. Like, this is not a thing. You don't rebound like this. If you look at like the Cowboys or the Steelers or any other like dynasty franchise, even Kansas City, you don't bounce back. Like you don't win like a bunch of Super Bowls like in a short period of time and then bounce back. That's not. I mean, once again, Brady and Belichick being the exception to that. Like that's not. This is not something that happens. That's why I don't trust it. Like I'm talking about in football stat, it is incredibly difficult to come back from like when your organization kind of collapses. We had an organizational collapse over the last couple of years. How about the Dolphins and the Jets? Who won, dude? I didn't watch that. Now we say May and Vrabel. Dude, they're size up. They look pretty good. They're winning me over, dude, but I don't trust it, man. I don't trust it. Like I said, we should be, I mean, this was more in the right direction. This is more what I'm talking about. We should be blowing out these teams. If we're going to be good in the playoffs, like I said, we have a pretty easy schedule. Patriots are going to be good in the playoffs. They need to be blowing out these teams, like blowing them out. And sometimes the score isn't necessarily indicative of that. We stalled in the first half. If we were playing a good team in the first half, we would have gotten railed badly. We should be blowing out these teams 50 to like 7, 50 to 14. Like that's what it's going to take for this organization to be safeguarded in the playoffs. And you know, like the crazy thing is I think Mike Vrabel understands that. I think he understands that. I'm pretty sure he does. Time is going to tell. You blew out the Browns. The Browns are actually pretty good, man. Gabriel's a good quarterback. Just saying. Dolphins curb stomped Atlanta and the Jets edged Cincinnati 39-38. The Jets won a game. All right. Now we're talking about American Hand Dig, Alucard. Hey, Rob, what's going on? Vrabel's a big reason for the turnaround. He seems to get it, dude. But like I said, fellas, if we make it to the playoffs this season, I will be very happy. If we make it to the conference game, I'll be pretty damn happy. If we make it to the Super Bowl, I'll be amazed. There are some really good teams out there. We got to be careful. We can't get lured into a false sense of security here. All right, and this Vrabel will probably say this. Are you talking about a different Browns team? Gabriel's he's a good quarterback, man. What are you talking about? They went toe-to-toe with the Patriots in the first half. The second half, you guys collapsed. The Browns collapsed. I don't know what happened there, but you were playing fine for a second there. It's just, you know, this is going to sound like the dumbest thing, but in football, it's very easy to kind of not give up, but, you know, play really, really good, right, for the first half, and then just, you know, either you get lured into a false sense of security or you give up. It's a grueling game, and it screws with you mentally. Yeah, it's tough, dude. It's really easy to collapse in football. It's very easy. That's what I'm worried about with the Patriots. Like, I don't trust it. Because I know this game. Played a lot of football growing up. It's very easy to get lured into a false sense of security with football. Very easy. Look at Atlanta in the Super Bowl. 28-3. Like, Falcons fans, I'm sorry. I don't mean to bring that up, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's very easy to get lured into a false sense of security. Like, oh, we got this in the bag. We're good. No, you don't. You don't have it in the bag until the timer runs out. Got to be careful about that stuff. Look at what happened to the Giants 2 weeks ago. They were up by like 3 or 4 touchdowns, 3 or 4 possession game. They lost. Be careful. So, I don't trust it, man. Patriots are playing good, but we got an easy schedule. I don't trust that. I don't trust it. Wait, is it Super Bowl time again? Alucard, the Super Bowl is always in February, dude. Yeah. No, it's not Super Bowl time again. Alucard, I'm basically saying that our team is doing really good right now, but just because they're doing good now doesn't mean they'll do good in the Super Bowl in 2 months. Or February, you know what I mean? Scatterboo had his ankle pointing in the wrong direction. Dislocate. Yeah, that sucks. That's so bad, dude. Yeah. Casey will be the team in the playoffs. I'm worried about Kansas City. There's always Mahomes. There's the Lions. The Lions are playing excellent. Who else is up there? Eagles. Watch out, man. Sirianni, don't screw with that guy. What's that shirt? This is Patch Connick's shirt. It's got this is the math for conics in orbital mechanics. The Bills, I'd watch out. I'd be careful. Colts are playing fantastic. Dude, these teams are contenders. And if the Patriots aren't ready because we have an easy schedule, we will get railed by one of these teams in a division round or the conference round. Mark my words. Anyway, back to the Cornet. Did this thing get fixed? Yeah, that's fixed. Okay, cool. So that frame rail, the driver's side frame rail on the left-hand side of the screen, I basically completely rebuilt it over the weekend. And I've been test fitting the trunk in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I probably put that trunk pin in there about 10 or 15 times. Actually, I think it was 10. I don't know. I'm checking for fitment every time I burn a new piece in because I'm super paranoid about this now because I burned that leaf spring perch in. The rear suspension mount on the left frame rail, it's actually sitting on the ground over there. I didn't burn it in right. Give me another day to get that thing up and running, and then we're basically back on track for this project. How's it going with Titan as he beat the worms? He has an appointment this week, Zizep, for a shot to get rid of them. He's doing fine. He's making good progress. 42 and 50 prove that. Bingo, Yum Food. You got to be careful. Be careful. So I made so much work. Dude, we made so much headway. That left frame rail is perfect. Remember, we were having fitment problems with it. It's because I didn't do the frame rail channels right at all. It was bad. I think I can do the paint thing now because this thing has decided to work. So if we're looking at the frame rail from the long way, guys, they look like this, right? So you have your channel right here, and then you have your flanges right here. Right? So on that, one of my flanges was higher than the other because I didn't get the bend right. So I basically lopped that off, made an extension piece, and re-welded all this back into position. So now the frame rails are perfectly flat, so they can accept the trunk pan a little bit better. That channel not being, it wasn't, that's a gross exaggeration, but it wasn't like this far off, maybe about like a quarter of an inch, which would be like about 6 millimeter, 6.35 mil off. Yeah, that was enough to throw the leaf spring perch out of whack. So I took the leaf spring perch off, re-leveled the frame rail, cut out all the crappy pieces, fixed a bunch of pinholes in it from my previous welding, which was not very good, and basically leveled it. It is perfect. The last time one of the last things I did was fit the trunk last night, and it was perfect. I put the trunk in, and then I took it out to paint the rail. Yeah, so that was all screwed up, but that was basically inexperience on my part. Dumb question. Could you put a shim for that offset flange? Yeah, but it wouldn't have been done correctly. I could have plug welded it and shimmed it. Yeah, sure. That would have, so an engineer, that would have taken about the same amount of time as just fixing it, to like measure the plumb, shim it correctly, fit the trunk. Dude, it's easier to just cut it out. Like, one thing that I'm trying to teach myself with the welder is that it's, you think with the welder there's no undo button. Oh, there's absolutely an undo button. Just get the grinder out and cut it out, and then just re-weld it back in. It doesn't take very long, It really doesn't. Like, I had all those damn trunk leveling streams where I was trying to level the trunk, but that was basically me just trying to fix bad fitment that I did, right? It's easier to just take it out and do it again. Don't be afraid of doing it again. It's not that big of a deal. Like, you build up in your mind, like, oh, it's real life. There's no undo button. At least for me, because I come from the computer world, right? No, there's absolutely an undo button. Just get the grinder out and grind it out and make a new one. It's not hard. And what did you learn? Measure. What I'm really, 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 really learning, and keep in mind, this isn't anything that I didn't know, but it's just putting that, there's theoretical knowledge and then there's practical knowledge of doing it. What I'm really learning is that fit everything. Fit everything. If you make a change to something, test for fitment again. Don't just burn something in and be like, look at it and be like, yep, that's straight. Nope, don't do that. Setup and cleanliness of steel is everything. Yep. And measure it again. Don't be lazy. Put the trunk back in. Put it in just to make sure that it fits. Don't be like, yeah, it fit before. I'm going to weld this new piece in. No. When I burn that leaf spring perch in again, I'm going to have the trunk in, and then I'm going to tack the thing in place to get it to stay still, and then I'll weld it. I won't just weld it without fitting the trunk. That was a big mistake. I can't believe we got the right side right. I burned the passenger side rear leaf spring perch in without the trunk pan in and actually got it correct, which is sheer stroke of luck, dude. That was a stroke of luck on my part. We got lucky that thing came in correctly. You watch Cutting Edge Engineering. Somebody told me to subscribe to that channel a little while back, and I did. I don't watch it like religiously, but I do watch it from time to time. Creepshow, 15-month resub. Yeah, no, Rares, that frame rail ain't going anywhere. I patched up a ton of pinholes, and I cut out a bunch of pitted rust out of that damn thing. I'll show you guys during the next stream, or next time we do a car stream. Yeah. It doesn't look brand new in there, but yeah. Basically, I put in I found a bunch of pinholes. I found parts that parts of the frame rail that were just too pitted for my taste, so I cut them out. I cut out 3 or 4 patches out of that thing. I basically rebuilt the whole damn thing. I undid all of my work that I did in June on that rail and refactored the whole damn thing. Now, once again, the welds aren't anything to write home about, but it ain't going anywhere. I spot weld, well, not spot welded. To control the heat, guys, it's 16 gauge steel, but to control the heat, I didn't do like a full, I didn't do the full beads. I was just zapping it and down the whole seam of the, where the frame rail channel hits the flange. I was worried about controlling heat. I was worried about burn through. So I would only weld it in small bits, little bits. He's repairing heavy duty machines. I watch a channel like that, dude. Yeah. Cutting Edge Engineering. Diesel Creek is the channel that I watch for heavy machinery repair, but I'm sure that Cutting Edge is good too. That's probably how this conversation came up. But yeah, so when I go to fit the leaf spring, I'll do it with the trunk pan in and the rear cross member in position. And then it'll be perfectly straight. And then once the rear leaf spring perch is in, I'll do a full mock-up again. When I'm satisfied that everything is in the right positions, then we weld the rear cross member in. Hey, you watch Diesel Creek too? Yes. Yeah, I love Diesel Creek. That guy's awesome. He makes me want to buy excavators. So, yeah. And when we when I get basically back to where we were at the end of the last crew cab episode, where we're ready for trunk fitment, that's when we'll pick up doing the crew cab charger stuff again. We'll do the streams again. Guy that uses zip ties is your heavy machinery go-to? Yeah. No, him too. He hasn't posted in a little while, man. But yeah, made a ton of progress on that thing over the weekend, dude. Yeah, that's one thing that I'm really learning. Just, you know, if you do it wrong, yeah, you wasted a little bit of time, but don't sit there and try to cope and be like, yeah, it's fine, we'll make it. No, don't do that. Just go back, just go cut it out and do it again. Just cut it out and do it again. You'll eventually get it right on the first try. Hey, Bucket, how are you? All right, where were we? Okay, this is where we were. We were still doing our lunar lander shakedown here. What we were doing is setting up, we're basically funding this lunar lander mission by doing temperature surveys. Is it not giving us the reading for this?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thanks for the great streams. You're absolutely welcome. I thought we would be getting temperature readings here. It says above 8 kilometer, or 8.9 kilometers, above 8.4 kilometers, but yeah, I guess not. All right, we are going to get a little bit of a signal blackout here. All right, I gotta just... Yeah, we gotta circularize this dang thing. I've noticed that we're not... Our thrust vector for the Terrier engine is not lined up. It's not lined up with my center of mass, and it might be because we put the science experiments on the side. But we're gonna have to look into that, dudes. Oh, no, I gotta flip it over. I'm trying to lower my AP here, my Apolloon. Yeah, maybe nuclear. It could be the field of view. I think we just need to be lower, that's all. Guys, I'm not 100% sure if we should attempt to land this thing. I'm not 100% sure we should attempt to land this thing if it's gonna do that. Oh, well, it seemed to have calmed down a little bit. See how much the RCS fired after we stopped firing the engine? that's not gonna make for a good landing. I don't want to come down straight up and then burn and then have the thing tip. We'll be hemorrhaging monopropellant if that's the case. This should give us a good reading here. You are entering sector Quickmagig. Okay, we got one. It's good for some cash. We might skirt this one here. Nope. Didn't get it. Gotta wait for it. Gotta go around a little bit. Yeah, we're not gonna get it this way. That's all right. When we're in low lunar on the far side here, we're not gonna be doing too well. We got a signal blackout over there. Got to go around a couple times here, or 4, or 8. Those new KSA parts are looking slick. Oh yeah? Close that up. What we could do is just enable our thrusters here. That should help us. That should help us with some maneuverability here. You can shut the lights off. Hey, Grab.
Discovery,
Pro-life tip. 71-month reset. Do not accidentally hit the panic button on your alarm system at 1 a.m. when you're trying to just turn the alarm off and go to bed. Especially do not forget the safe word, which would cause them to send cops to your house at 1 a.m. I will make sure to, yeah. I'll make sure to do that. So my lunar lander is out here, and this is supposed to be just kind of its shakedown here. I want to make sure that, you know, the lunar lander is working, and I took a temperature survey on the moon, so we could do that with our lander here. We just gotta... I put myself into an inclined orbit just to make it so we could get at these temperature zones here. We should be able to get this one here. Nope. One more orbit around should get us there. Maybe 2. Yep. It'll tell you up here that you're entering the zone. The Xander zone. Change the inclination just a bit? No. I'm good. We'll get it. Yep. This should be it. Right here. Yeah, you might be right, Nuclear. Hold on. I'm so tired after that whole ordeal. You barely slept. That sucks, man. Hey, Jay, been loving Navy Field person. Been loving watching you play Kerbal again. Been keeping up on the VODs. Right on, man. Navy Field. Blast from the past, dude. That game was a good time. Yeah, Nuclear, you're probably right. That'll get us what we want. Just a quick burn here. Yeah, Nuclear, looks like we were just outside of where we needed to be. That's okay. Come on, give me the cash. Holtzman's Groove. We might get this one too. Yeah, baby. Contract payout. Science and 70 grand, which basically justifies this shakedown cruise. Close up the lunar. Are you planning to shake down Return to Kerbin? No. How did you launch this? I launched this on a medium-duty rocket, priceless, in the last episode, in episode 18. We launched this on my Octo 3 vehicle. Oh, science data from space around the moon. That's right, we got to do that one too. So if we transmit that data, we can get the science data from space around the moon. Good. Okay. Retract the probe. Hey Chuck, how's the family? You have a dog. Yeah, my dog's name is Titan. Titan's doing okay. He's doing just fine, dude. How are you? Family's good, everybody's good. I got no complaints. Yeah, hell yeah, Navy Field, dude. I love Navy Field back in the day. World of Warships kind of scratches the itch, dude, but you can't do what you could do in Navy Field in World of Warships. In Navy Field, you could take like an Iowa and take out its 16-inch guns and just put 5-inch guns on it. Which, like, you could do whatever. You could put any type of gun on anything, which is pretty cool. How's Titan? Titan's great, guys. He does. It's alright, they're not all good. Fumble of the decade, yeah. Is he ready for Halloween? I guess. I live on a main street, guys, so it's not like it's not we don't really get trick-or-treaters, man. Hand out 10 mil sockets. Don't play much Navy Field anymore, sadly. Yeah. Wanted to see the launch. I launched this on Friday, Tessa? Question? $179.4. I don't like how this thing is weighted to one side, but we should be able to compensate. Just gotta be careful with monopropellant and stuff. Yeah, you guys switched times. We don't do that for a little bit. All right, so go around once with the lunar lander, and I'm gonna put this in the right orbit for the capsule to get to it, guys. But once again, I don't like that our thrust vector isn't lined up. That's dangerous. That's asking for trouble. I might just sack this lunar lander, and because we got science from it, and I don't know, maybe do an uncrewed landing with this thing, and then send another one with the fixes. Did you actually see the race? I don't watch the race, Tessa. I don't watch it. I watch the highlight reel. Yeah, I don't really watch them anymore. I don't have time. What's the goal for this mission? Well, I'm trying to get people down to the surface of the moon because that's what the contract is for. Did you see the highlights yet? I know the results of the race, yes. This coming weekend, it's a little bit, you're right, yeah. Will you upload the lander to Kerbal X? If you want, sure. Hey, Erudite. I haven't given up on Formula One. I just don't watch the races, guys. It's this. I didn't really watch the Patriots game either. Like I don't have time to watch sports. I've just got other things to do, like fix my stupid car. Hey, Rocket Guy, what's up? Does Kerbal X still work? As far as I can tell, I don't know. I haven't really uploaded anything to it in a little while. So I think I'm going to do an uncrewed landing with this thing and test it just to be sure. Which game on the shop? I wasn't in the shop when it was on. Hate that. I hate it so much. That's just completely unwanted behavior. Yeah, we'll do an uncrewed landing with this thing. I guess it isn't maintained anymore. The lander here reminds me of the proposed one by Martin Zimrud? All right. Robert Zubrin, yeah. You should totally do an interview with Zubrin. Zubrin has kind of lost me as of late, guys. He hasn't been talking much about spaceflight lately, and the stuff that he has been saying about spaceflight is a little bit cracked, to say the least. In my opinion, I don't know. He's probably smarter than me. Maybe I just don't understand what he's talking about. But he said at a summit over the weekend, like a space summit over the weekend, that once SpaceX gets Starship working, China will have like 5 copies of it. And I'm like, that's unlikely. I don't know if he finally succumbed to the space bug craziness, but yeah. I don't think so. That's a level of tech that's just they're not at. They might eventually, yeah, sure. But I don't know, dude. Yeah, he's lost me as of late. I don't really understand why he's saying the things, like why he's proposing the spaceflight architectures that he is. It's kind of strange. And I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything. I just don't really get what you're trying to tell me. All right. I think we'll do an uncrewed. I mean, see, here's the thing. I want to do an uncrewed lander test with this, guys, but the test is not going to work if I change this so we're lined up with thrust vector and stuff. Like that's not going to change much. That's going to invalidate this test. This test is worth nothing. And that's why this lander is kind of bleh. Like what we do learn from it is not going to be anything of particular use. Then abandoned it. Well, I think it would still be good to go and land it anyway. It would still be good to go and land it anyway, just because. Yeah, we could. There are components that we can test, but yeah, our thrust vector isn't lined up. So when we fire, the engine isn't lined up with the center of mass. So when we fire this thing, it turns, and it makes it so you have to use the monopropellant to get it to fly straight. I don't like that. I don't like, in my personal mission design, I don't like the idea of using monopropellant just to make the thing fly correctly. Now, granted, the LEM did do that. The Ascent module absolutely did that. The Ascent module couldn't take off without the RCS firing. But that, you know, if I can help it, I don't really like doing that. I do want to land in the daytime, and I want to land on the close side of the moon. So let's have the moon go around a little bit. We'll aim for a tried and tested spot, basically at the arch. We have the Delta V to do it. you know. I kind of want a little more daylight here. Well, it's a trade-off always, a la carte. Yeah. Okay. Let's reorient for powered descent initiation, PDI for short. And we'll try to get as much science as we can out of this. Minute 40 seconds till powered descent initiation. Why do we ditch the fancy legs? No, it wasn't part count J speed. It's just these landing. I figured out that the bigger landing legs, that which we didn't have unlocked, or I had them unlocked scientifically. I just didn't buy them. Those actually work really good. They work just fine for this application. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. The smaller landing legs, the telescoping ones, I didn't like those. Okay, here we go. T-minus 5 seconds till powered descent initiation. See how jittery it is? Watch. See, the SAS is trying to compensate. I don't like it. Okay, we are suborbital. I know it's backwards. Don't worry about it. I set the maneuver node too much.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Aiming right for that crater right there. Yeah, there's just, I don't feel comfortable landing this with people. Could I do it? Sure. Do I want to? No. I have the choice here. There's not, like, it's not a do or die scenario. This is a sloppy descent on my part, dudes. I'm not gonna lie to you. Sloppy. Gross. Okay, radar altimeter is on. I was aiming for in that crater right there, but that's, yeah, that's no good. 1,000 off at 42. Slowing the engine. .500 at 26 meters a second. .200 at 7. .30 at 6. Okay, stop. That would have gotten shaky. Like I said, we could do it. It's not that big of a deal. It's not what I want, so I don't like it. We have touchdown. Now, it's important to understand that we're... why did it do that? What the hell? What was that? I think I flicked the throttle. Okay, so first thing you do is shut that engine off so that doesn't happen. All right, well, we're down. That was a better second landing. Yeah. Well, the good thing is that we can log seismic data from the East Crater. And we can start transmitting up some science here. This thing needs more batteries, dude. It needs more we gotta outload it with more electrical. There's no way we're doing that on this charge. It's dead, Jim. Yeah, that was a bad idea. We might be able to get power back. Yeah, there we go. What about the mystery goo?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Well, we got some science from that, so view the data. Man, that one eats up a lot. Maybe 0. Set the antenna to partial. What about the barrel? Yeah, if we drained the batteries there, it would have killed it, Rocket Guy. It would have killed the entire probe. The whole thing would be inoperable. Also got to unbind those from gear. Did you hear that the playoffs are either mostly or entirely going away? Good. Who cares? This is why I wanted to do a shakedown, dudes, because you never know. This thing has a lot of the stuff that we want, but not everything. That, and see, so here's the reason why I wanted to do robotic legs, because watch, if we time warp, watch what happens when we come out of time warp. See that? That's no good. With regular landing legs, that doesn't happen. With robotic landing legs, that doesn't happen. The thing sketches around every time you load the scene or come in and out of time warp. Well, we got temperature data. That's good. That one's better. Always a pleasure to see the stream. Titusville, Florida, where I got 14 inches of rain, almost flooded the house. Oh, geez, industry. Gee, yikes. We might be able to get away with this one. Yeah, we got away with it. Yeah, allowing partial is good. This would fry a spacecraft in real life. All right, we got it. No, there's nobody on board this one. Hey, Jazz, what's going on? All right, let's test the ascent component. Make sure that works correctly. So more batteries is really what we're looking for here. This still has the ALSEP experiment, so I think the crude one will probably land right next to this. But I have to verify that my ascent module is working. Okay. Anything for 0.4 science? No. Oh, that sucks, dude. How much fuel is left in the descent module? Not much. We should stage passivation is something, or lander passivation, safing out the engines and shutting down the descent module is probably something that we could do, but this didn't even land where I wanted it to, dude, so the ascent module does have a solar panel. Yes, it's not much. It's not designed to stay there for long. We need to add more batteries to the descent module so we can transmit science and whatnot. Do we have enough to change the biome? Oh, probably not. I don't really like... Dude, this thing's... No. I mean, we could do a small hop, but that's about it. I don't think, like, we could get up there. I do want to test the ascent module, just to make sure that it works, guys. So, yeah, unfortunately, we're going to have to leave this here. So, let me enable my triple engine ascent module. And we have our monopropellant enabled. Okay, let's go for ascent. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're on our way. What's the G on this? 1.6. That module's actually working really good, but it is incurring grav loss because we kept the engine small. Did you see that cringe tweet from Duffy yesterday? Who? Other than that, though, Scent module's handling fine. Just gotta mess with the descent module a little bit, dudes. Let's test control here. Oh yeah. We're not lined up with the thrust vector. We have a compounding positive pitch moment on the rates there. SAS is enough. The wheel authority is in the RCS is enough to make it work, but I don't think so, J-Speed. The center of mass does not appear to be moving, guys. Now, keep in mind, we have some extra Delta V this time, guys, because we don't have Kerbals on board. That's important to understand. But see, look, my engines aren't on the center line, and I took into account the offset thrust vector, and it didn't. Okay, there's some stuff that I gotta figure out. This thing, yeah, it's not that we couldn't have landed Kerbals with it. It's that I don't trust it. The center of mass is just sticking right here. And it appears, the engines appear to be lined up with it, but they're not. It's, the center of mass indicator is telling me something different. Because the camera focuses on the center of mass of the vehicle, and the center of mass of the vehicle seems to be lined up. But if we fire the RCS, it's putting a negative pitch moment on the vehicle. And if we fire the engine, that... Huh. Could it be because of the probe core on the back? Yeah. Yeah, that seems to be what's going on. That still doesn't really kind of solve why our center of mass is down here and why it's staying down there. I don't really understand why it would be doing that. You'd think as we drain it would move up, but it's not. It's just kind of sticking in that one spot by the very bottom of the vehicle. Now, fellas, that's gonna make this thing pretty much impossible to do a precise rendezvous with something. And during the phase of ascent here, we rendezvous back with the capsule. Now, the capsule could get to the ascent module. I could get it close and then reorient the vehicle for the capsule to be able to do a rendezvous proximity operation. Yeah, Nocturlux, we have, well, yeah, that was chat delay, but something is funky with this thing. All right, so I learned a bunch there. Let's dispose of this thing. This mission basically paid for itself with the science, so let's get our Paraloon negative, and that's the end of that. Cool, good mission. That was weird though, dudes. I have to look at the whole lander again. That's no good. There was a lot of stuff there that I just, it's little things like that, dude. Like, oh, the lander doesn't, it pitches a little bit when you fire. You can't do rendezvous proximity operations. All that little stuff adds up, and that's how you fail. That's how a mission fails. It's just a bunch of compounding little things that eventually turn into a catastrophic failure. So, we need to look at that lunar lander again. Lunar lander concept. Yeah, it's integrated onto the vehicle. Oh yeah, we also got to screw with the fairings for this dang thing. For the Octo Block 4 vehicle. Alright, so I gotta take a piss real quick, and then we'll check this. When we're done with this, and we fix all the problems with this thing, we need more batteries. Here, I'll just write notes. Not that I'm gonna forget. All right, I wrote myself some notes. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna take a leak real quick, and we'll start going in based off of the data that we learned here about getting this thing right. I'll be right back. 1 second, dudes. All right. Waste tanks evacuated. All right, let's start digging into this. There's a lot of weird stuff going on with this thing. All right. So, what we're going to do here is I'm going to go in here and we're just going to shut off my thrust limiters here for a moment. I'm shutting that off. So, I noticed a couple of things. All right. So, I left my thruster blocks here. Let's put it in a, on orbit configuration. I left my thruster blocks basically exactly where they were with the they're in the same exact spot that they were with the capsule. Now, because we're dealing with such a differential mass up here, this doesn't weigh nearly as much as the Taurus capsule, or doesn't have nearly as much mass. The center of mass of the vehicle is basically on these thrusters when we're in the fully fueled configuration. That's no good. That's no good, because my thrusters that are used for turning, for steering the vehicle and yaw, pitch, and roll, having those, especially the pitch and the yaw thrusters, having them close to the center of mass makes them really inefficient. It's like, think about where the thruster affects the center of mass like a lever. The further it is away, the more leverage you're gonna get. Or in this case, it's called moment. You're gonna get more moment. So these thrusters, the thruster positions, I'm thinking move them. The translation thrusters, those are fine. That doesn't matter. Those could be up at the front of the vehicle. It could be at the back of the vehicle. You put them, it doesn't really matter. As long as they're on the center line this way, you're good to go. You love the playlist? Here, that playlist is not right. We should delete that command. This is what I'm playing right now. RCS build 8 won't help us here, JSpeed, because I think it's lying to us. I think this thing is not great, dude. So here's a really, really quick and easy way of figuring this out. Move the engine. Make sure all your other engines have their thrust limiters shut out, and just move the engine through the center of mass like this. And see if it's aligned. Nope. Not aligned. That explains our pitching moment right there. Now that should eliminate that problem. Okay, so that's the descent module pitching moment figured out. Okay. Now, my TWR is awfully high on this first stage, believe it or not, guys. we went for powered descent initiation, and I basically hit 0 while I was like 10 kilometers up. Now we could just deep throttle the engine, so I'm not too worried about that. That's fine. I believe in my mind that Terriers can be deep throttled like an RL10, and that's what I'm going with. Now drain it and see what it does? Oh, I suppose. It's manageable, but it definitely moves. Ooh. Why is the center of mass moving this way, though? That's what I'm failing to understand. Shouldn't it be moving the other way because of the octo? Like, that's very strange. Just gonna have to live with it? The hell I am. How much propellant is actually going to be there during touchdown? We'll probably have some reserve, Kev, but I don't want to get to like a certain critical threshold of like fuel and have the thing be uncontrollable. See, this is what I mean. This is all screwed up. I don't like it. I really don't like it, actually. Should you add your batteries down before you make these adjustments? I'm not making adjustments technically right now. I mean, I adjusted the engine and then we found another problem. But, yeah, I mean, it'd probably be a good idea, but, yeah. Yeah, we can do that. I was going to make adjustments, and then I found problems with it, and then, yeah, went from there. All right. Big batteries here attached to the fairing shouldn't be... 550. How much is this? I like using the lighter batteries, even though we have to increase the part count. Part count is not a problem here. Wait, what the hell is this? There's still a ruler in there. Yeah, no good. See, I rushed this the other day and we shouldn't have. It wasn't ready. It's a leftover ruler. Yeah, no good. All right, how many batteries did we add? I think we added, so that's 600 charged. That should be more than enough. That's more than enough. Yeah, well, we rushed this because we were getting to Flame Trench, and I didn't want to, and we did, and now I'm annoyed that we did. Okay, so batteries for more surface operations, that's done. Tag that out. Now what? How did the shakedown go? Found a lot of problems with this thing. Namely on the thrust balancing component. It mostly stems from this freaking thing. Yeah, Jasper's music is made by him. All right, so you know what we're gonna do first, now that I'm thinking about this? So save the lunar lander concept, and then take the decoupler and detach the dang decoupler. Just for a second here. Let's figure this crock out first. I don't... Guys, I'm gonna go with the spark engine. The spark engine kind of screws your delta V a little bit, but the delta V requirement, I mean, the delta V doesn't go down too much, but this will be much easier to align. You need to see it with the ruler still in it. Yeah, I know. It may have made sense with the ruler in it, but the ruler is a physics-less part. That's the thing. So it's applying mass to whatever its parent object is, which, I mean, that may explain what's going on. Okay, I think that's aligned, but see now our RCS is just completely offset. Like, if it's not one, it's the other, you know? Like, I don't know what to do about this. And even at the end of the day, our center of mass is just stuck down there. and it doesn't move. Something is weird with this part, dudes. That shouldn't be doing this. That's not right. I don't know why our center of mass is not moving when we drain fuel. I mean, the fuel tank is down there, I suppose, but there's also fuel tanks here and here. But you'd think that as you oppose no liquid fuel, if these tanks are empty, that it should move forward, but I don't remember, Sethron, to be honest with you. Oh, good, dudes. I'm not happy with this. With the amount of Band-Aid fixes that I have to make for this damn thing, we might as well just make our own. Like, yeah. I'm really not happy with it. This thing is... There's too much bullcrap going on here that I don't like. I'd rather build our own. So, what other two-man landing options do we have? Crew capacity 2 for the reentry module. Yeah, I don't want to use it. I'm gonna take the docking port off because that's yeah. And, yeah, we're getting rid of this. I don't want that. So other two-man options are the Gemini pod. I'll pay for it. We'll bring it in for development purposes here. EVAing out of that thing is gonna suck. Don't want that. There's the Mark 1 lander can. No. We have the Mark 2 lander can unlocked. Yeah. All right. What's it? What's this thing's mass? I forgot we had this. There's a fly buzzing around between me and the computer. Is this the universe saying play summer car, or is it just me? Make a landable rover. No. No, I'm not complicating the geometry any more than it needs to be, dude. Dude, it just keeps flying like right here. You guys, I don't think you can see it on camera. Satana! Il helvete, Satana! Oh, Satana! Satana! Get out of here. I think he actually flew out the door. Hold on. We'll see. Satana. All right. I think he actually did fly out the door. Anyway. From our buddies at Rocketworks. Did they post the new motors? Nice. Very good. Yeah, looks very nice. 4 dumps though on the gas generator. Well, actually, that motor kind of looks like an expander cycle. It's an LR91. Ah, yeah, okay. I don't think an LR91 had 4 dumps like that though, did it? All right. Now let's mess around with this. What does this thing have? It has 40 monopropellant on it. Does having the monopropellant on it screw with the center of mass? It does not. Cool. So if we attached that nope. Have to hit undo. I don't believe in undo, so rename the file. We would have lost the service module. But then again, maybe making this over is not the stupidest idea. Did you ask the KSA dev to implement your ULA path? No. Just in case. Has anyone brought up making your own ascent module out of fairings, or are they too heavy? You can, but I'd prefer to have a dedicated lander for science collection, Jax, but we could, yeah, I could do that. I could make one out of fairings. I think that would be too complicated, though, now that I'm thinking about it. Like, we could. I don't want the ball. Mark II lander can is 1.3 tons. This is the MEM is 1.8. But it's 1.8 because it carries the fuel tanks, and with it, this just has monopropellant. So I'm pretty sure it's a push. And guys, Element, I don't want to talk about the ULA pack. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to do that. Clipping 2 Mark 1 lander cans an option. I don't want to do that either. Thank you. How many Kerbals does it hold? 2. Yeah, it's very clean in its design. Yeah, it's pretty clean. I don't mind this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So save this. All right, let's build out our ascent stage as best as we can. Let me go here like that. That should do it. Now, let's get our Delta V map out. I believe it's 580. Yeah, 580 on the ascent. Okay. Before we continue the landing, should we launch something like LoRa's for comms around the moon? No. Where'd ad time go? I disabled combos, I disabled channel point redeems for ad time, and then I think I disabled drops too. They were getting very distracting and annoying, so I stopped. They were bothering the piss out of me. I don't want them. Turbo. Okay. Take a look. 15 and 12 gives us 27 mass. So. How much do 2 of those tanks get us? 838. And if we drain those tanks, center of mass doesn't move. Killer. What about if we put these tanks this way? Will they fit? But then we'd have to put them that way. It looks like it's got butt cheeks. I don't want that at all. How much fuel did those things hold? You got tired of changing hats every 4 minutes? Yeah, I disabled ad time too. You can redeem like icons and, you know, bigger icons with channel points and stuff, but I'm sorry guys, it's just distracting. I mean, yeah, I just don't want to do that anymore.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Dodo, tier 219 month resub. Thanks, man. I want that. Any mass differences between these? Nope. No mass difference. Okay. I don't know, dudes. Part of me is like, I want that side window. That side window could be super useful for visibility. It won't look nearly as good, but another thing we could do, I mean, we kind of get screwed for the mass for this, is we could do that and make it look like the shroud adapter. And then we could saddle mount our tanks on the sides. So the reason why I wanted to do this way. Yeah, see, that's good. The reason why I want to do this like this is because it'll, when it comes to monoprop, we have 40 on board. But what we could do is mount the tanks in mirror sim on either side. And if we set them all to drain at a very similar rate, they kind of look like helium tanks for my main tanks. I'm kind of okay with that. And if we drain monopropellant, it doesn't screw around with our center of mass at all. If we drain it out of the tanks, see, it just basically stays in the same spot. Unless, hold on. That's the center line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. See, this keeps everything nice and balanced. We can move that 10 centimeters in. Move that 10 centimeters in. That gives us 766 delta V, which is well beyond what we need. And we have the TWR to use it too. Now this shouldn't be too hard to...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nubs, happy Moon Day. Hey, how you doing? See, now we're talking. See how the center of mass, I mean, it's only going up and down when I drain the monoprop tanks. See how it's not moving when we drain the tanks? That's what we want. That's going to be superbly balanced. Working hard at avoiding work, as is tradition.
Discovery,
Now,
go at
does
throttle
this
up.
have electrical charge on it? Yes, it does. All right, cool. We can give it... Give it some solar panels. We have it has 100 electric. That should be fine. Just got a transfer job in. How's EJ today? I'm good, Binary. How are you? We need an antenna. Cool. Now let me look at these RCS blocks. What type of RCS blocks do we have? Can't complain too much. Just Monday doing Monday things. Yep. Being sick and working from home has been a benefit. Being able to catch an EJ stream. There you go. Does this thing have wheel authority? It does. I don't really want wheel authority. I don't want that. What I do want though is the probe core. And we can attach the probe core on the front of our engine mount. This way, it's not hanging off the side. I don't mind clipping it into this because there's plenty of space in there. So that's okay. It's just gonna take up space in the interior, which is not that big of a deal to me. All right, so now the last thing is the reaction control systems. Now the MEM has dedicated thrusters, right? And they're all they're corner thrusters. So we have a 3-way or a 4-way thruster here, right? See, we got 4 ways on the back too. I don't think we can have that thruster configuration. Let me think. That probe core has a reaction wheel too. I don't mind wheel authority on the Octo. I don't want it on the Mark I, the Mark II lander, because it's 15. The Octo has nothing. It has 0.3. That's good enough to be able to damp out thousandths of a degree a second radian rate. That's fine. I don't really want to do it that way. I mean, unless we wanted to sit here and tune our RCS for like a week. Being able to just dampen it out and get it close enough is fine. I'm actually okay with that. Yeah. Hey, Antares. I just don't want wheel authority. In fact, I should set this to SAS only. There. That's fine with me. Part of Titusville took 20 inches of rain last night. Yeah, that's what everybody's telling me. You guys okay down there? What's up, Postal? Making a new capsule. The lunar lander, the MEM module, the lunar excursion module, is just not performing how I want. Something is weird with that crap, with this part in KSP. Not really what I'm looking for. So I rebuilt the Ascent module out of the Mark II lander can, and yeah, I'm gonna have to make it work from there. The last thing I need to do is clusters of RCS. Light strips. No, Altair was not single stage, 2-stage. It had a gigantic Hydrolox lander with an RL-10 in it. That's why the thing is like just covered in multi-layer insulation to prevent boil off. 2 goo canisters on the pressure vessel. Oh, for sure. Yeah, you see them right there? That LTX was pressure, Methalox was pressure fed. I think the early versions of it were. I think they switched it to Hydrolox, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'd have to go read again. I'll take the 75 kilos for the shroud. $684. What's your Delta V target? The old target was 900, but it's just an ascent, but 580 to 680 is an extra 100 meters a second Delta V. Couple that with the monopropellant thrusters, that should be enough. But I don't like that margin. I really don't. I don't like it. Especially if I'm hand flying the craft. I don't like it at all. So we have the TWR to play with here, so that would be more what we're looking for. That might be too much margin, Jim. I want everything on the center line so the center of mass doesn't move. Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, Altier was something special, and we decided we didn't want to do that. Holy blank. If you keep it clean during the day for me. I curse like a sailor at night, but do I follow Ben Feist on Twitter? I don't know who that is, no. The Apollo in real time guy, anyway. ISS in real time. Oh, cool. Neat. There's no thruster block that really mimics the lunar excursion module like I want it to. Oh, that's not bad. Sorry for the captain, don't worry about it, weight pressure. It's all good. So what we could do, we could get it to mimic it by doing something like this. So that gives us our forward and backwards translation. Thrusters are sticking off the side of the adapter, so that's good. All right, we're all nice and aligned. And now, let me do some custom thruster work. And we'll get the rest of the thrusters that we need. Actually, better idea. Go over here, give me my maneuvering thrusters. Hold left Alt. If you hold left Alt, it'll copy them. We go into 4x symmetry, right? And we do something like that. And we do something like this. We can clip this in here and make it look like it's a strut block. Like it's holding the thrusters up against the pressure vessel. Which I'm kind of okay with. Now, get rid of that. Didn't like it. Let's try that again. Français? No parle français. English. Anglais, s'il vous plaît. That was for YouTube chat, guys. I've heard worse French. Keep practicing. Merci. You know, I want that song again. I like that one. This is a good song. There we go. That thruster block will work. That's perfect. All right. These also do not need to be limited to 75. They can give you the full amount of thrust. There we go. Save. Now we rotate this back to 45 degrees, and then we take the thruster block, put it in 4 times symmetry. Ooh. Hey, Salader, what's up? I like that. That's tight. Very good. Yeah, it looks like the thrusters are mounted directly to the tank. And the cubic octag is making it look like the mounts for the thrusters, which I like that. I think that looks cool. You learned a lot watching the stream? Well, thank you. Check out Jeremy DeHart on X, Hurricane Hunter videos of Melissa. Oh boy. Cool. All right. I'm happy with this. The ascent portion. Now we got to start monkeying around with the descent portion. So take that, and just to make sure we get our thrust vectors lined up, just take the thrust limiter and set it to 0. Now, the backstage. There's no reason why this shouldn't be lined up. This is way more balanced over the module. So let me just... It's the asymmetry of the scientific experiments, guys. That's what's going on. So I have all my scientific experiments they're designed to be deployable here. What we could do is make them deployable on the payload equipment racks. For the scientific experiment racks. We could put them down here on the sides instead. And then have them deploy 90. And then you could get at the rack. I'm actually okay with that. That's fine. Now I'm worried that we're not going to be asymmetrical left to right, but whatever. Re-add the solar. Yeah. You never know, you might need to use this to right the lander. It's possible, yeah. Cool. All right, so now we should be aligned left to right with this. Let me just check to make sure there's no other funky asymmetry going on here. We're not exactly aligned left to right because of the mystery goo. Are we all good on this front? Good enough. Strickler, what's up, man? Jim Bridenstine gave a speech about putting sensors in space and on the moon to keep track of other space agencies and what they're doing. I'm thinking maybe put 2 mystery goo on there. And then mount the scientific experiments just on the sides here. Two mystery goo, just to completely even it out. Never have to worry about it ever again. These scientific experiments, these guys are no big deal. Putting them on the side of the science equipment racks is actually kind of a cool thing. I don't have a problem with that. So get rid of this. And then... Oh. My science cans aren't in quick symmetry. Whatever, I'll do it manually. It's fine. Or we could just solid mount the mystery goo to the sides, dudes. What did you change? In Octo Block 4, I extended the first stage tanks. I changed the fairing attachment system around. Yeah, and I made it easier to be able to integrate payloads. And otherwise, now that Starship architecture is relatively stabilized compared to 5 years ago, are you going to make an analog akin to your Condor 9 project from back in the day? Maybe. And guys, just tone it down on the cursing in chat. I don't like cursing during the day. Please. Are you going to change the leg so that it doesn't jump around? Good. You know what? I'm just gonna saddlebag the mystery goo like this. Simplified the design even further. Then we'll just have redundant mystery goo facing the ground. It's not that I like this one better, Steve. It's that the other one, well, the other one sucks. Yeah, let me put it to you like that. We were having severe balance problems with it. It's nigh impossible to balance around its RCS. I'm pretty sure something is glitched on that part. Happy to just be part of Voyage. Won't happen again. Now, yeah, Hayes, during the day, please, yeah. At night, if I'm like playing Battlefield, curse up a storm. I don't care. And in anything that I wouldn't be doing after, you know, the kids go to bed and stuff. Nothing, Ator. Those are interchangeable names for the most part. I don't know if it eats into your mass budget, but would it be a good idea to attach solar panels on the side of the descent stage onto a robotic hinge so you can point them more upwards from the lunar surface? Ship, I actually had an idea about that, and so my idea was make my regular landing legs, now that we've changed the design around, and it's the reason why I kept these is because I wanted to try and get this mission launched on Friday, and I rushed the lander design on Friday. I would be okay with re-exploring a robotic leg design. The reason why is, well, that. If I have a leg that deploys out, you know, up here, keeps us nice and stable, etc., etc., you just put the solar panel on that. Solar panel will bend out, point up into the sky. Right? I'm kind of okay with it. You know, I don't like those hanging off the back. I'd prefer to do something like that. That would be better. Hang on one second, guys. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm thinking about how we're gonna do it. Let's look at landing leg design. Let's start here. How did Intuitive Machines do it? Yeah. I think Intuitive Machines landing legs are fixed, okay? They're fixed more towards the bottom. What about Blue Ghost? Yeah, see, Blue Ghosts go all the way up to the top. That's a much more stable design, and it's a tri-strut. Blue Ghost did not tip over. Blue Ghost actually landed. Okay. What about Peregrine? How is Peregrine set up? Basically a payload attachment fitting with some lattice trusses on it and some landing legs. Okay. Alright, what about the LEM? I'm pretty sure we know. The LEM has a wild design. Yeah, it's a little strange. But not bad. So the LEM was entirely like purpose built. What how the LEM works is there's a space frame that comes off of the descent module here. See this part, this kind of triangle right there? That part is fixed, and the legs actually pivot. It pivots here and it pivots here. So when the LEM gets launched inside of the Saturn V, that is your attachment fitting. 1, 2, 3, and 4. The top parts of the landing legs are actually holding the LEM, and the descent module is actually kind of hanging inside of the S4B, and the ascent module was just kind of sitting on top of it. They hang it from the landing legs. That's how they did it during Apollo. And obviously, because there's a stage right here, they had to have the landing legs kind of tuck inward. So the lunar lander, when it was in the S4B, had its legs kind of tucked in like this. And then when they deployed it, when they used the CSM to pluck the thing off of the S4B, they deployed the legs, and the legs opened. It's, like I said, it's superbly smart. Like, not stupid. The descent module is just so ridiculously well thought out. I'm actually amazed that they cooked this thing up in the time that they did. If you look, the LEM is just... So the LEM has these segments right here. This is the thrust structure for the descent module. And you have 2 tanks of NTO, nitrogen tetroxide, or actually it's N2O4, right? And then Aerosine 50, right? So they put the tanks opposite of each other, so the thing would be nice and balanced, right? And then this kind of checkerboard thrust structure attaches directly to the where the legs are, and that's what that space frame picks up on. It picks up on the descent thrust structure. And then in the center, they have the engine shoehorned up. The engine is mounted at the top of the descent module. It's mounted up here. And the engine kind of sits inside of it like a thrust structure. Well, not like, it is a thrust structure. Would you call it wicked smart? Yeah. And then in these triangular areas on the sides of the LEM, that's where they put stuff like the rover and all the scientific experiments. That's these triangular spaces ended up being cargo containers for the descent module. Now, how the landing leg works is that the landing leg actually folds inward. Its pivot point is up at the top where they attached it to the S4B. See this piece right here? That's where the LEM attaches. That's its payload attachment fitting. Its payload attachment fitting is the space frame for the landing legs. That makes it so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's designed to be held up on landing legs from this. So have it held up on landing legs when it's in, or have it held up on its landing leg mounts when it's inside of the S4B. It's really, like I said, really smart stuff. That's really hard to engineer that right. Now, the landing leg kind of pivots. It starts kind of down here, and then it pivots out, and then it has this crossbar strut right here. This X brace actually starts like pointed in with the leg, like the leg and the X bar are like this, and the leg moves out and the X bar moves out like that. And this thing has locking collets that lock it into place, similar to like Falcon 9. Falcon 9 uses locking collets on its landing legs to keep them open. But yeah, see, it's all kind of packaged up.
Go at throttle up.
Like that. Hey, Victory, 91-month resub. Yeah, see, that's what it looked like when it's in the LEM. See the X bar? The X bar is, they're facing inwards almost. That X brace was like this, and then it folds out 180 degrees almost, and then the leg pivots 90 or not 90 degrees, it's probably like 45 degrees out. Nice, Victory. Okay. Folks who designed this excelled at Tetris. Indeed, this is some wild stuff, man. The descent module architecture itself is just really, really well thought out, man. It's really gosh dang smart. Let's check out another lander. Blue Moon Mark 1. Let's see what Blue's got cooking up. Yeah, see, they put their thruster blocks all at the top to take into account that this thing has the landing legs don't pivot out. But that looks like a pretty similar design. Yeah, I see what they're doing. I see what they're trying to do with this thing. I like that. That's the thing with Blue that I'm really looking forward to. The orbital tug. That's a really good idea. Blue just copied the LEM design as far as I can tell. Sorry? There's an animal in here. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Oh boy. There's a squirrel crawling around on the roof. He wasn't in here. It sounded like he was in here, but there's a squirrel just crawling around on the tin roof. The last thing I need is to be attacked by a squirrel or something on stream, you know. Dude, I heard his paws on the tin roof, and I'm like, there's something in here. And I just I put us on the title screen real quick, because I'm like, I don't need to be attacked by a freaking animal on stream, you know? It'd be funny, though. No, it wouldn't, dude. That's good content. No, it's not. No, it's not. All right. Anyway. Yeah, Minox chewing on the power cables. Revenge of the Killer Squirrels, run! Anyway, where were we? Back to Lunar Landers. Fucking Mondays, man, I swear. Yeah. Yeah, submit it. I'm not about that life. You have a bird feeder outside. No, I live in the woods. Sandy wanted a test flight. And it does go to the moon, so it would make sense. All right. So we're gonna make our own landing legs, huh? LM. Oh no. Not in here. Don't talk about that in here. Okay, so let's get rid of those. The thing that I wanted to do here, guys, is I wanted to move my thruster blocks backwards. Yeah. The reason why I wanted to move the thruster blocks here backwards is because where our center of mass is, these thrusters are awfully close to it, and we don't really have good control. They don't give good leverage or moment over what I want. So if we move the thruster blocks backwards, like that, Yeah, that'll work a lot better. They'll be able to steer us a little bit better. See how far they are away from my COM now? And the reason why I did this is because that's the first thing we're gonna do. I gotta move those out of the way so we can redesign the landing legs. So hey, Flav here. Oh boy. Sorry, I hope you didn't yawn on stream. How are you? Yeah, don't have Minox. You don't want Minox chewing on the damn power cables. Yeah, just as I thought, Minox chewing on the power cables. So Falcon 9, on the flip side, has flip-out legs. I don't know if we necessarily need to do that. Flip-out legs could work, but, yeah. But I don't think we need to do anything like the LEM either, because my legs don't need to be bent inwards, you know? I did like what we had before. What we had before was actually not bad. Do people still play Minecraft on your server? I don't think so. I think it's dead. Guys, Minecraft was just... It was just a pandemic thing. Prior to the pandemic, I really had no intention of ever playing Minecraft on stream, like ever. We did it because it was something to do for people when they were home all day.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm pretty sure people kept playing on it for a little while, but not much longer than I did. Didn't you appear as a guest on a Hoonigan stream once or twice during that? Yeah. Everybody that I knew at Hoonigan is gone. Hurt left. Vinny left. Dan left. Like, they all left. They all left. I don't know anybody that works there anymore. It is what it is, man. Hold on, let me save this. If I could get the smaller grip pads to use as my lander contact points, that'd be good. I just don't know where the smaller grip pads are in the tech tree. We do have close to 160 science. We might be able to unlock them now. I'm not sure though. I'd have to look. Hey James, 102-month resub. Thanks. No. 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 Nope. What happened to Hoonigan? It was bought by private equity. Or no, bought by Wheel Pros, which was bought by private equity. It's not Hoonigan anymore. What happened to Hoonigan is what happened to Boeing when McDonnell Douglas merged with it. It was called a merger, but it's really just McDonnell Douglas wearing a Boeing skin suit. Hoonigan is not Hoonigan, it's just... It's another company wearing a Hoonigan logo. That's a crazy article. That's why everybody left. Wasn't Hoonigan and Ken Block thing. Correct. Oh, we're not getting those anytime soon. So that plan's moot. Hey, Ethereal, what's up? All right, we need to find another part with high impact tolerance then. CS balls have 15 meters a second impact tolerance, and let's be real, if we're hitting the ground at any more than 15 meters a second impact, we got a big problem. Yeah, I don't mind doing that. RCS balls. RCS balls! Got to make sure they're disabled with no thrust. How fast is the ISS going? 17,500 miles an hour. I've seen you design some crazy things, and this is certainly one of them. Thank you. You know what? I changed my mind on that. RCS balls have pretty high impact tolerance. That'll be perfect for what we're trying to do. Like I said, if we hit the ground, if we hit the lunar surface at more than 15 meters a second, you got other problems to worry about other than, you know, your landing legs absorbing the impact. That means you crashed. I don't crash. That will not happen. Is there a plan for space news today or no? I don't know. there really isn't much over the weekend, but if you wanted to, you could. Fix it dart. Yeah. That was on a different celestial body with a completely different type of lander. Very nice. Hurricane Melissa is likely 160 knot or so. Hurricane now 180 to 190 miles an hour in freedom units. One of the strongest, if not the strongest, Atlantic hurricane ever. Oy. Well, that's not great. Guys, I'm not giving much commentary right now because I'm working on the kinematics for this, like how it's gonna move. Yeah, and that just takes a little bit of brain power. I have grip pads unlocked, Rocket Guy, but I don't have the big grip pads on, or the small ones. I only have that. We're not. No. Yeah. Now, where does this need to be to get the full throw of this dang thing? Probably like one more tick. Another 10 centimeters out. I need to go a little bit further. 63. That's pretty straightforward, dudes. We're gonna need to test them again, but yeah, that should work. The only thing that I'm kind of worried about is that having that hinge there, if that thing hits the ground, then the landing strut breaks. Which, kind of not good with that. But what else are we going to put there? Oh wait, the G11 hinge has 12 meters a second impact tolerance. Oh, I didn't even see that. Yeah, it's about in line with the RCS ball, which is 15. That should give us pretty good margin, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. That's actually not bad. All right, dudes. Let's test these landing legs out, shall we? I'm kind of worried that I'm kind of worried about part count, fellas, but I'm not sure we can put this on top of the launch vehicle, but if that's the case, we just go back to regular landing legs and kind of roll with it. Okay, get Jeb and Bill out of there. What do I think about 3i Atlas? It's a comet. It's a comet, dude. I say that the fact that people are unsure what it is due evidence enough that we haven't gone far enough into the solar system to get a profound understanding of what's going on. We should go further in space. Nice. Not bad. Let's see what happens when we drop it. So the suspension is all locked out except for these hinges, so those can pivot. That'll work as our damper. Ready? 3, 2, 1. We definitely bonked the nozzle, guys. We bonked that nozzle pretty badly. So set their extension to set maximum extension on that to 42. That's wide enough, dudes. That's more than wide enough. All right, I've seen what I needed to see. My buddy works in aerospace defense up here and has only ever said heinous things about Nord State. Have you ever heard anything positive from them? Use a cowl to spam lock on one of the struts to stiffen the part of each leg. I don't think we need to spam lock, Rocket Guy. I'll just lock them out. It's not like we're deploying them right before landing, you know. It's not like we're landing on, you know, Kerbin. This is a lunar lander. The legs are going to be deployed way before we ever get near the lunar surface. I'm just trying to figure out what we should lock and what we shouldn't lock to get some dampening, get some damper forces there. King, as far as Nord Space goes, I've never heard anybody... Okay. Nord Space had they were going to have a test a little while ago. And they went to test it. They had they were demonstrating cryogenic fuel. Demonstrating use of semi-cryogenics, right? So they had RP-1 and liquid oxygen. And they had it on a test rocket. They had it on a test rocket on a stand up in Nova Scotia or wherever. And they went to do the test, and their rocket ended up just puking all the fuel all over the pad. Now, that's usually indicative with like a bad valve, like sticky valves or something. But they went off on X about like, no, this isn't a failure. Our rocket didn't catch on fire. No, it's just it was the quality of the fuel. Now, that's absolutely a thing, but what do you mean quality of fuel? They said, oh, it's the fuel quality. It's the fuel quality. Yeah, no, because we had bad gas. We had bad gas. All right, well, okay. So here's where rocket brain goes. Okay, that's fair. You had bad gas. You're bad fuel, bad testing. Okay, so, like, forgive me for being skeptical. Not that I could do any better, right? Okay, so one thing right off the bat. All right, if your fuel quantity is different, why wouldn't, like, if it was bad gas, why didn't you test it? Now, one could make the argument that they didn't test it because they're on low budget. It's a startup, so stuff happens. Stuff explodes. That happens, or doesn't. My big thing with what I saw from them is that they didn't... It very much, and please, if somebody works at Nord Space, correct me if I'm wrong, it very, very much seemed like they were... It's not our fault. It's not our fault there was bad fuel. It's not our fault there's bad fuel. It was actually just bad fuel. That's not our design's fault. That's not our design's fault. Like, okay, so here's the thing. Who put the fuel in there? Who put the fuel in there? Did somebody else put the fuel in there? Do you not fuel your own rockets? Now, they're new to this. That's fair. Totally understandable. That right there tells me a lot. You're not willing to own your mistakes. It's always somebody else's fault. Guess what? Your next one's going to blow up on the pad with that mentality. Guaranteed. You can't think like that with rockets. You have to take ownership. Who put the damn fuel in there? Why wasn't it tested? If that's the case. I don't really understand how differential fuel quality with semi-cryogenic engines and that application is going to make your engine puke fuel all over the ground. What does that mean? How did you... There's... I don't... Normally when you procure propellant, you get a certificate of analysis first. Where did they get this liquid oxygen from? And yeah, exactly, Dragon. Like, that raises a lot of red flags in my mind. Oh, yeah, that's how I see it. I think it's a byproduct of having small potato investors 14 inches up there behind it. Nobody wants to take responsibility and look bad. Look, man, if you're in the aerospace startup industry, if nobody wants to take responsibility and look bad, you're going to fail. Because at some point, it's going to happen. If you're running off a low budget and if you're doing an aerospace startup, stuff's going to blow up. Stuff's going to blow up. Either through destructive testing or you just messed up. It tells me that Nord Space isn't ready. They're not ready. Dude, you have to be anal retentive about this type of stuff, especially if you're operating off of a low budget. not taking accountability for your mistakes, even if it is somebody's fault. Like if they were right and the fuel was bad, dude, totally understandable. Who put the damn fuel in the rocket? You did. You did. That's your problem for not testing your fuel correctly. That is your problem, not anybody else's. It's yours. It's not bad gas. Your rocket puked all over the pad and lit the pad on fire. And then they said it was fine. Oh, it's fine. It's no big deal. It's not a big deal. The pad wasn't damaged. We'll go again tomorrow. No, you won't. No, you will not. Going again tomorrow, saying, oh, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. That tells me that they're not willing to understand the behavior. You are so 100% sure that you knew what went wrong. You're not willing to prove it out with numbers. Go test that fuel. There's got to be some left in the rocket. Is it truly bad? No. Within 30 minutes of this, they knew exactly what was wrong. And it doesn't even make sense. You don't, no. Prove it. Prove it out. Be absolutely sure. Like, that's where I'm at. I don't know. I've got bad gas. Dude, me too. Like, you... Guys, there's no, oh, it'll be okay. Everything will be fine. It's this person's fault. That doesn't work. That doesn't work with spaceflight. That kind of mentality is how someone gets killed. Like, to go right for the jugular. Like, that's how that happens. You can't, you cannot, you have to be unrelenting. You have to stay hungry. You can't be like, oh, it's bad fuel. Do you think SpaceX would make that type of thing, dude? You think they'd sound like that? I mean, you know, in the past, we've had SpaceX failures with COPVs and stuff. And, you know, they've said, well, these weren't proof tested correctly. And guess what? Like, okay, look at CRS-7. They didn't qualify their struts correctly. And a strut failed after being guaranteed from the customer. You do not black box stuff with space. I don't care. You know, if your supplier says it's right, I would do my own internal test for the tolerance on a part just to be absolutely sure. Right? Just to be absolutely sure. Maybe they knew what was wrong because some engineer discovered it and told their boss it's going to blow up, but the suit's ordered to launch anyway. What do you mean, suits, Love Brownie? This is like a 5-person startup. There's no suits here. Like, you can't... Nordspace... So, King, Nordspace seems like... I'm rooting for him. That's all fine and dandy, but I haven't seen... And once again, I ain't saying I can do any better. I probably can't. But you know what I would own? If I was doing an aerospace startup, I would own the fact that one of my rockets would probably eventually blow up on the pad because I didn't take something into account. I'm willing to admit that. Are they willing to admit that? I don't know. It seems like they were very, very defensive about this because somebody reported, a news reporter that was up there with the CBC reported that their rocket caught on fire. It caught on fire on the pad. Like, oh no, it caught on fire on the pad. And they replied to that reporter and said, no, that's wrong. They said, no, you're wrong. That's incorrect. This is disingenuous. It's like, dude, did it not catch on fire? It caught on fire. It was right on your live stream. Exactly, Fluffy. Yes. Yes. Engineering without analysis is just an opinion, and opinions are useless in rocket science. Useless. You quantify it with flight data or do analysis and do testing to verify your analytics. There's no other way to do this right without causing an explosion. And even sometimes you still do it right, it still causes an explosion. This stuff's complicated, man. You can't be making excuses. If they're making excuses now and excusing their design because of bad gas, like, bro, you're never making something like Falcon 9 with that attitude. You're not doing that. And once again, I ain't saying I can do any better. I play KSP all day, but I play KSP all day for a reason, because I know if I went and did this, it would blow up. My stuff would explode because I'm not good enough at this. Could I get better? Sure, absolutely. But I wouldn't make excuses if I was doing that either. You guys know me. If something blew up on the pad, I would say it. I'd be like, look, I got to figure out what this is. Go from there. Would investors not want to invest with my company? Probably. Like, that's the way she goes, man. Like, failing to do due diligence with a small subscale demonstrator for your eventual rocket design like this is not helping any. Like, if you're not doing your due diligence with this and this thing doesn't work exactly what you want, what makes you think you're getting anywhere near orbit? Like, I don't mean to be a prick. I know this sounds like, you know, like, you know, I'm some kind of hater or something. I don't hate Nord Space, but those forward optics do not suggest high confidence in their design. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't work there. Speaking of Falcon 9, how do you think ZK3 will go? They might fail the first landing, Noctilox, but they, you know, if they land it, good for them. Personally, I think their landing legs are too small. I think the landing legs are too small. I think they're going to break. Trust you, this conversation, what I was looking for. I mean, King, you got to be anal retentive with this stuff. You have to be that way. It's not. Like, look at the care that I take. I've been sitting here working on this lander now for 3 or 4 days. We worked on the capsule for a week, but the capsule does exactly what I wanted. I will sit here until it's right. Time doesn't matter. Time doesn't matter if it doesn't work. You know what I mean? I'll sit here and get this right. I'll sit here and stay here until it's correct. And I will not put Kerbals on it until I'm confident that this vehicle does exactly what I want it to do and what I said it was going to do. You have to be like that with rockets. Ask anyone that works in the industry. If you're not 100% sure, it's gonna blow up. Dude, rockets go from 0 to 100 real fast. Trust me, we know. That's why we're here. When I do this stuff, guys, I'm trying to show you what it takes to do this exactly right. This is just a taste of what the real stuff is like. It's just a taste. But it is this, I try to demonstrate the mentality. That's my whole plausible realism thing, you know? If you look at the Coronet, I love that your OCD on the trunk pan and frame rails. Fluffy, that car is going to be, you know what? I've decided. If we're gonna refactor it like this, dude, it has got to be better and stronger and more straight than the factory. That's my rule. Like, screw it. If we're gonna take time to do the damn trunk pan, do it. You know? Yeah. I don't. Just look, man. Maybe down the road, I want to drive that car around with Bree. Or maybe, you know, if we're ever blessed with kids or something, maybe I want to drive kids around in it. If that's the case, that car's got to be perfect. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and I will not make excuses to otherwise. No, absolutely not. I'm the one that built this car, and I'm not going to screw it up. The dog, Bree, maybe kids someday, like I'm not screwing around with that. Why would you play with fire like that? You know? That's the kind of mentality that you need to have when you do this type of engineering. I mean, not that the car is on the same remote tolerance as building a freaking single-stage semi-cryogenic suborbital demonstrator, right? No, not yet, Alucard. If down the line, maybe someday, dude. Who knows? You can't heal someone who's spread over a few square miles. Yeah, you guys, like, I don't mean to be, like, super serious. Like, in Kerbal, I don't know. It doesn't really... If you kill Jeb, who cares? Whatever. There's always another Kerbal. Like, but I try to show you guys with my engineering here to think about... You got to think about everything. You got to think about every single thing. Hey, AJ, you have a shop. You should build a liquid fuel rocket engine. Ethereal, to be honest with you... I need a mentor. I need somebody that knows propulsion that can come up here and do it with me. If we were going to do something like that, I'm not attempting it by myself. It's not that I couldn't figure it out. You really need a mentor with aerospace, especially with propulsion. I would need somebody that knows propulsion better than I do. Like, way better than I do. Sorry, quite busy at work. Are you rebuilding the lander? A little bit. Shaw. Yeah, just a little bit. I would love to, fellas. That would be fantastic. Maybe one day when the coronet's done, we'll turn this into a HIF, so to speak. This is what people don't understand. When we're on the ground, we can do this and make it right. Once we light them engines, it's game over. We can't fix it and take it back. Yeah. Yeah, so King, that's kind of where I'm at with Nord Space. They seem to be very much excusing themselves and saying, no, it's not us. It's not us. It's the gas. It's the propellants. The propellants weren't good. Who put the propellants in there, guys? That's the first thing I would say. Who put the propellants in? You guys did. So you put bad propellants in your rocket. Did you test? Did you test it? Did you test to make sure? No, you didn't. Now, once again, the flip side of that is that this is a learning thing. All right? It's a learning thing. This stuff happens. Like if it was me in that scenario and the rocket caught on fire on the pad, you know what I would say? I'd say I screwed up. We didn't get our analysis right. This is the first attempt. This is why we're doing this way. So we can learn and we can understand what it takes to build one of these. That's the mentality you need to have. Not, no, it's the fuel's problem. Am I out of touch? No, it's the fuel. Like, that's what I would say. If there were investors involved, I'd be like, look, I didn't get it right. This is my first time trying this. I will get it right in the future. But now we know. That's it. That's really where it ends. You have to be accountable with rocket science. Physics, you can't lie about physics. You can't. Sorry, guys. The truth's going to come out one way or the other. It's like with Starliner. Like, the truth, even if Starliner didn't have any press conferences and Butch and Sonny just came down on Dragon, we never had any press conference. We never knew that they botched the thermal analysis on the thrusters with their pulse width modulation. Even if we didn't know any of that, we still would have known something went wrong because physics doesn't lie. It doesn't. Physics doesn't lie. It doesn't lie. So why try to? You have to own it. Why try to skirt physics? You're skirting physics and accountability in that regard. That's going to get somebody hurt. Can't change the laws of physics, Captain. You can't. They're inalienable. That's right. I mean, Scotty's one of my favorite characters, man. And apparently, the NSF community thinks that I'm Scotty. So if I was a Star Trek character, I'd be Scotty. And you know what? I'm cool with that. I'll take that. That's fine. It's like SpaceX says the COPV was bad and saying we made a bad COPV and are taking measures to prevent it from happening again. Exactly, dude. Mm-hmm. Do they own the ground service equipment? Was it contaminated going through it? Yeah, Starlight. It could be 1,000 different things. Saying it's bad gas. You're ordering rocket propellant. You're telling me that somebody out there is supplying somebody with bad gas. What'd you fill it up with frigging diesel? That sounds like they just went down to the gas station and bought some diesel fuel or went to an airport and got some Jet A. Or just like avgas or something, like 120 octane or something. In which case, guess what? Guess what, fellas? If that was the case, any pilots out there? Anybody certified on a Cessna 172? What's part of the pre-flight procedure? Part of the pre-flight procedure when it comes to fuel, what do? Anyone? You sump the damn tanks. Bingo. You sump the tanks and you check for bad gas. Because you don't want that happening when you're flying around. You don't want your engine to hydrolock when you're flying around. That would be bad. Bingo. One of the first parts of the pre-flight procedure, guys, before you get in the cockpit, before you do anything, you do in the walk around of the plane with a Cessna, you sump the damn tank to make sure there's no water in it. And make sure there's only fuel in there because your engine doesn't like water. Side-eye the instructor. Stump the tanks, all 13. There you go, dudes. Can you imagine if somebody took off, right, and then their motor sputtered out, and they say they, God forbid they didn't get hurt, they landed out in a field somewhere and said, oh, it was bad gas. It was bad gas. I blame the gas company. You blame the gas company. Okay. Yep. You just go ahead and believe that. So King, yeah, that's where I'm at with Nord Space. I hope they learn and I hope they get better, dude. They're, you know, it's the first attempt. We'll see where it goes. I wish them all the best. I hope they do well. I'm not entirely sure what Canada would benefit from having independent access to space, but all right, cool. Hey, whatever. Maybe that's just their business case, and that's fine. What I read from the CEO is that the accident a month ago was because of residual propellant on the pad. How'd that propellant get there? Yeah, there you go, drummer. In which case, old gas usually gets it to fire. Yeah, John. Anyway. That or the spray stuff. That's ether, dude. Canada wants some of that internet money. Oh, yeah. All right. So let's adjust the angle of our landing leg here. So 40, I forgot the damn number. 42, I think is what it was. So for this to be at we want this at a 25-degree angle.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
$55 looks to be the number that we want here. Let's dial in. Let's put it at 56 just to take into account maybe some slop or something. Zelio, best 3 months ever. 3-month resub. Thank you. Yes, thank you. But yeah, guys, that's where I'm at with Nord. I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm really not. I really hope that whoever's running their social media account is not indicative of that company's culture. Because if that's what's going on, then you got to take a good look in the mirror. You've been following Kitten Space Agency, I presume. Will you be playing upon release? Monkey, I have that game right now. I have KSA. I'm a consultant on it, dude. Jeb and Bill are aboard. We won't be conducting a test here. A drop test, not with them on board. $25.5. I don't like that the ladder isn't feeding correctly. Yeah, we're gonna have to move the ladder up. It's not picking up on the tick correctly. It's just a 5-man crew. You know the owner businessman is a social media dude. Yeah. All right. Legs are in locked out position. Test to drop. 3, 2, 1. That's what I'm looking for. That's very much what I'm looking for. Perfect. Yep. Nice and strong. All right. Jeb, get back over here. We shouldn't exceed 10 meter a second impact, drummer. Exceeding 10 meters a second is really where you're gonna start having problems. Yep. All right, we got to mess with the ergonomics on the ladder. Can they make it under this? Yep, you can move under it. Is it going to cause you problems if you walk into it? Nope. Can they get at the mystery goo? Absolutely. Can they get at the Alcep experiments? Yep. Do we have sufficient work lighting? Yes. Should we move the solar panels to the outsides of the legs? Yep. Cool. I'm good. Last when you have a sec. You? No. Just posting. Would you consider a Fallout New Vegas playthrough in the week or so before the new Fallout season in December? New Vegas, huh? What's the goo? Not sure. It's a mystery. It says it right on the package. It's a mystery. Yeah, maybe we'll boot up the Fallout 4 save and finish the factory or something. I don't know. But yeah, the new season is a New Vegas drummer. That's why. Is there a good place to get started on Stationeers? I recently bought it after watching the town hall in KSA. Join our Stationeers server, Denny. We have a full base ready to go. It'd probably be a good place to cut your teeth and learn. Feels like a what's in the box situation. You'll need something to play when your MSC player is in jail. Don't remind me of that, Space. No, why bring that up? Why bring that up? Man? Why bring that up, dude? Oh, man. Hey, Yarg, what's up, dude? All right, dudes. We got to move the ladder up a tick here. Probably move it back a tick as well. And now we got to mess with our solar panels. I don't normally watch MSC. What did you miss? Nothing. If you don't watch MSC, don't worry about it. Cops can't arrest you if you're on the island. Yep. Sorry, nah, it's all good, man. I'm just messing around. Thank you, Alucard. Danke schon. Bitte sehr. Yaha, jawohl. All right. Yeah, a single tick out like that should be fine. Perfect. Not too bad, thanks. And yeah, of course, our thrust is all balanced now. This thing should handle a lot nicer. All right, now these motors don't need high mass at all. Their motor output can be nothing. It's just that thing that needs to be powerful. So the reason why I'm doing this is just watch. Change your motor size and output percentage, it changes the mass. Look, see the mass going down? I want all the delta V I can get. Now I don't want these things to be just free floating just in case, right? But we can take power, we can move their size output and we can shave off kilos all over the place. We're gonna need to do another shakedown, dudes, with this. Yeah, no getting around it. I gotta test it again to make sure that it works. That's the way she goes, bud. I'm just thinking if there's anything else here, dudes. I think we've covered the spread here. I think we're all right. I added more batteries to the service module right there. Alucard. Yep. And I would want these tanks locked out. And I want these monopropellant tanks on the Ascent component locked out as well. Lock out the monopropellant on board there. Change the monoprop on these to low priority so they don't get used. And the thrusters are all locked out. Perfect. Temp sensor, I have a thermometer right here. We have a seismometer, accelerometer there, and the barometer there. I have scientific experiments in there. We have 2 mystery goos in case we do a hop or something. Actually, we could get one in low lunar with Kerbals on board, get one in low lunar, and then get one on the surface. Nope. I did want to put an EVA experiments kit in there. And all right, where did our final Delta V readings come out to? Vacuum. 1469. You're taking Bob, right? He can reset them. Bob and Bill are going to go down to the lunar surface. Jeb is our capsule pilot. 1469. 54 TWR. Yeah, plenty of margin for the mission. Great. So the descent module is my capsule service module, just with an ascent component on the top. Yeah, that's all it is. Don't need 2 goos then, boss. It'll throw the thrust vector out of whack. I'd prefer it to be a balanced thing, Tessa. Yeah, I'd prefer it to be balanced. Solar panels good, communications are good. Yeah, everything is a-okay here, dudes. I think the only thing I didn't add was flags. I didn't re-add the flags to the design. The hell is VSR 3? $163. Let's just go look at the block for we're a little bit over budget on our part count. Did I really add that much to this dang thing? I took away parts, but it's the landing legs that are most likely doing it. Yeah, it's 134. How was the other? It's just the career mode, dude. It's not a performance cap. I could launch 50 of these and it wouldn't stress this computer out at all. $134 is our part count limit. Would a tripod leg configuration work? Yeah. How many parts are each leg? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we really don't need 2 sets of thrusters there. We can get rid of that. That thruster block doesn't need that. I want those translation thrusters there, but yeah, that's all we really need from our thruster packages. That's fine. So that's 155. Maybe we could get away with we could get away with that. That would shave off. That would make it so we don't need those anymore. That got us down to 151. Hang on. Because we're using the thruster block, guys, we could probably get away with not having the cubic octag at all. We could just surface attach them and make them look like they're attached. And I actually kind of like this. It kind of came out, it looks a little bit cleaner too. It's not the worst. So what did I do? I moved that up like this, and then I rotated it 45 degrees, and then I clicked it down like that. There we go. You can get rid of that. And get rid of that. We're down to 147. This is kind of how the lem had to go through the trimming. Yeah, exactly. You got to trim the fat, man. The downward facing thrusters, dude. I have 4 of them at 50. Our verniers, if we just do 2 in radial, same amount of thrust. 2 less parts. There we go. I like them diagonal. I don't like the idea of my thrusters outgassing next to the mystery goo. Just is the descent engine centered. This doesn't have any offset COM, Nova. So yeah, we're good. Nice looking lander, you dig it? Thank you. We could cut down our batteries and just use the bigger bats instead. So we had 6 batteries with 100 capacity each, right? 6 bats at 100 capacity gives us 600. 2 of these things gives us 400. And if we, you know what, if we did it in 3 times symmetry, same amount for 3 less parts. Oh, wait, no, we don't need 3, 2. These hold 400, not 200. Actually, one of them would probably be right, but... So that's another 4 parts cut out of the design. Make sure those are centered. Good. Save. We only need 7 more. Only 7 more parts. The RCS balls. I hate these tanks. We're making the freaking lander more expensive this way. I'd prefer the small ones. No, they didn't. The radio batteries have extended amounts. I thought they didn't. Well, if it's not, if the battery's down here, then yes, it will. But no. Why not the donut instead of balls? Because I hate the donut tank, and the donut tank isn't monopropellant. But mostly it's because I hate it. Because I hate it. You know, another thing we could do is take our solar panels, and we could put the solar panels in... We could put them in 4x sim at the top, like this. On the shroud. Like that, and that would eliminate the need for that panel right there. So we could ship 1 part out, and then it's just 10 parts from there. I don't want to do that just yet. Do you hate the Yankees or the donut tank more? Bro, leave me alone. Be quiet. You know what? I like the flags, but we could get away with it right there. See last. What's up, Ryan? This is a 2-stage. Yes. So if you haven't seen it, one of the NOAA's Orions had to leave Hurricane Melissa earlier because of severe turbulence. I've never heard of that happening before. Melissa is currently a Category 5 hurricane on track for landfall in Jamaica. That sucks. Yeah, people have been telling me about it all morning, Ryan. That's not great. Thinking. Can you lose any RCS redundancy? I could probably shave the side thrusters off. We could switch to a single thruster block. Yes, I only want 2 first. Could you trick it by using a container to store the science items in there and implement them on site? I mean, yeah, we probably could, but that would screw our surface experiments packages. My coworker is a Falcons fan. He's been missing in action since yesterday. Yeah, Baron, this is a 2-stage. It's a 2-stage. I got saddle tanks on the sides here for my set module. We were using the MEM, but the MEM doesn't really work how I want. The center of mass on that thing never lines up with the RCS. I think it's bugged. I think that part is broken. So I don't want to use it. So I had to redesign my Ascent component, but yeah. The plan was for it to be piloted remotely. No, J-Speed, I'm sending Bill and Bob down to the surface, not Jeb. Jeb is our command module pilot. And I wanted to do 2 mystery goo, but seems like that's not in the cards, so... That doesn't throw it off too far. Try to bring it in just a little bit closer. There we go. All right. What's your lander's name? Lander McLanderface. Yep. Hey Simon, how are you? All right, guys, I think that covers the spread. We're at 134 parts. Right now, it's just Lunar Lander 2. I don't have a good name for it. I'm not going to name it until we qualify the damn thing. $163. Okay, I'm good. Let's do this. Save it. Let me put it on the Octo Block 4. Now go here, find the Lunar Lander 2, merge it. And then we need to set the plate as the root. Don't do this way. The struts on the landing legs are all screwed up. They're attached to the wrong components. Do not, no, we can't integrate this way. Let me copy the name Octo 3 Block 4. Don't save. We'll do it backwards. Save the Lunar Lander concept and then merge the vehicle with the lander. I don't necessarily like doing this way, but it's okay. It glitched. I'm putting nose cones on all the attachment nodes except for the one I want that's on the plate. That's why I'm doing this. Sometimes the game can get a little finicky if you attach it to the wrong thing first. Okay. Consider them FOD covers. Whew. There we go, Battles. Okay, now let's make sure that all these are locked out. I should have done that in the main craft file. I do not want these things working. Let's make sure all their specs are set correctly as well. Locked. Traverse late 1.0, target 10. Yep. Damping as tested. Good. You know what? We tested it like this, so leave it like this. Just lock all the parts out. Make sure they don't move around. Here we go. Okay. All right, dudes. I think we're ready. Did you have the dimensions of the lunar lander in mind? No. I'm not designing this for a Saturn V. This is designed for my rocket. So different dimensions were needed. Okay, let's check our staging. Okay, we need 9 engines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Separation, staging, separator motor, upper stage ignition, payload fairing jettison, That's spacecraft separation right there. Descent module ignition. Separation, ascent module. Cool. All right, guys. We'll launch it when I get back. Just got to take a leak real quick. Be back in 1 second. To leak, we must evacuate the waste tanks for better Delta V or something. Lower wet mass. I do not leak. You leak. Okay, so we got to remember that this bigger fairing has a lot more moment over the vehicle than previous versions because it's a lot wider. So, just got to take that into account. Turn the page, wash your hands. If you pee kindergarten style, you don't have to worry about that, Fluffy. I don't have prograde hold. We're using an Octo. No prograde hold. Jeb and Bill were trying to sneak on board there. Like space camp all over again. Throttling down for max Q seemed to do the trick last time. So that's what we're gonna do. No, it's the fairing. The fairing is big. The Block 4 version of this has a much bigger fairing. It's a 375 fairing, as opposed to a 2.5 fairing. Fairing has a lot more moment over the vehicle during max Q scenarios. So we just have to keep the dynamic pressure a little bit lower, that's all. Okay. Let's try this again. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And we got a liftoff. Octo 3 Block 4, carrying the Mark II lunar lander. Vehicle's pitching downrange. Throttling back the engines for max Q. Rates look good. Uprated Reliant motors working really well. Okay, beginning pitch over. Past max Q. Throttling back up. Standby for main engine cutoff. Went a little too far. Vehicle confirmed, upper stage ignition, good. Stage 1 boost back. Hopefully the spongy water is going to help us here. Stand by for payload fairing jettison. PLF jettison confirmed. First stage is coasting. No, Pigeon, I wouldn't do that. Okay, second stage performance looks great. Stand by for second stage engine cutoff. (105 by 108) nominal orbit insertion. Good stuff. Slightly inclined to the moon, but that's okay. Good. That was good. Second stage performed excellent. Payload fairing and everything. That was not a good time to run out of motor propellant. Oh no. Here's hoping. There's no way we're doing this. If we slow down, I'll be impressed. Yeah, thick water, no worries, right? There was no saving that one, guys. I set the AP was way too high. We burned our engines for an extra couple of seconds before main engine cutoff because I wasn't paying attention. It flew too high. There's no way we were getting that back. So the water acted a lot more like it should that time around, which is pretty good. Yeah, Mystic, that way worked a lot better. The throttling down works, especially since I uprated the engines. That was great. $659. We're gonna have to do that same stage disposal that we did last time, but that's okay. We'll do a posigrade insertion this time. Or we could do free return. I mean, we should test how we fly. I don't know why I would want to do that. Congratulations on landing on the moon. Huge win for the president and NASA. Is that a good press release? Oh, you're making a joke. Yeah. Yeah, that press release is fine. We can use the RCS to do it, Tessa. Okay, we got a minute and 20-second burn. I like to split the nodes, so that's at T-minus 40 seconds. We'll get going here. $15 seconds. 5 or 10. 5 seconds. Go for translunar injection. As many as we want, Alucard. I try not to fire the second stage engine more than like 5 times in any particular mission, dude, to be honest with you. Okay. Stand by for Seco 2. Seco 2. Confirmed. Stand by for payload separation. Spacecraft separation confirmed. Good. Nominal orbit insertion for the moon. A, enabling landing legs. Okay. As tested, we leave that unlocked. That's our damper. Actually, no, we tested it with everything locked out. That was it. Okay. Okay, let's test out our maneuvering thrusters. Pitch is working great. Yeah. Good. Yaw rate is working good. Yeah. All right. Try translate. Enabling translation thrusters. Our translation thrusters are not affecting pitch and yaw rates. We are good. Working excellent. All right, roll. These need to be set to YPR and not starboard. The reason why they're improperly configured is because we copied them from the capsule. All right, now roll control should work. Something is wrong. That shouldn't have done that. There it is. We're gonna have to modify the craft file for the next launch. Yep, not all thrusters were configured. There we go. Perfect. Score. I don't understand why Artemis just doesn't do this. The gateway seems unnecessary for the first few missions. Orion can't get to low lunar. It can't get to low lunar. I agree. I very much think we should go with what we know. And emphasize scalable architecture. I'll show you what I mean when we get further into this save. Okay, shutting out the engine. I needed to reconfigure some actuation toggles, but other than that, J-Speed, this thing's working excellent. Yeah, works just fine. Moving the thruster blocks down worked really good. Okay. She's in a config right now to coast. So that's what we'll do. Meanwhile, we will go back over to the second stage and prepare that for disposal. Something that isn't a hodgepodge of multiple programs and integration being an afterthought that would be good. Yeah, yes, that. It's just such a fragmented architecture. That's really the issue. That's always been my biggest issue. We have to refactor our architecture, guys. Actually, Roggy Guy, I was doing some pretty interesting analysis the other day. Keep in mind, this was just with some numbers off the top of my head, but you know, Lockheed says they got a 30-month solution. I don't think their 30-month solution involves Blue Moon Mark 1 like everybody says it does. I really don't. I think that 30-month solution involves making an ESM-derived descent module and an Orion-derived ascent module. I did some really kind of basic calculations out, like just basic delta V and mass and stuff. If with a European service module acting as your descent stage, basically what I'm doing here, it almost has enough delta V to be able to do a 2-stage lander solution from rectilinear halo down to the surface. What you would have to do is your ascent module mass would really suffer because of this. However, if you keep your ascent module mass below 4 tons, which is entirely doable, Apollo was 5 tons. Actually, it was 4,700 kilos. If you keep your Orion-derived ascent module component under 4 tons, it'll do it. Yeah, 2-stage solution from gateway down to the surface using an ESM-derived descent stage. Totally a thing. Or 30 months from Gateway. You would not need Gateway in this design. Lunar Orbit Rendezvous. SLS Block 1 for Artemis 3 shoots Orion into rectilinear halo orbit with people on board. A Vulcan VC-6 would be able to move the lander to translunar injection. You don't need an LMDE. The AJ-10-190 is good enough. I don't know, I didn't get that far in my analysis, Nova. I should have checked the contracts before we launched this. I'm disposing of this stage. I don't want it floating around, so I'm just getting its periapsis. I'm getting the stage periapsis below 25 so the Kraken will eat it. You have to offer some sacrifices up to the Kraken every once in a while. That's a thing. It seems silly to get back again before the Chinese. Do you think that mass can be less than 4 tons? Mass always ever seems to grow in my experience now, like now with Swift salvo missions. Well, Rocket Guy, considering that the LEM was made out of riveted aluminum, which is quite heavy, if we went with a carbon composite pressure vessel, or even a billet aluminum pressure vessel, yeah, dude, even if you just rebuilt the Ascent module, right, with a billet solution instead of riveted aluminum with stringers, like manual stringers, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you could get the mass down below 4 tons, no doubt in my mind. Like, yeah, that wouldn't be too hard. And I mean, Rocket Guy, the way I'm thinking about this is what's Orion? Orion's pressure vessel's billet. It's billet aluminum. Maybe if they don't count the wires. That was Thales Alenia, guys. That's not Lockheed. Oh, Nova, you know what I was thinking? The AJ-10 being throttleable, I mean, I don't think it's throttleable, but if you're using an ESM-derived service module, you have clusters of thrusters that you could help with modulating your throttle. You basically just use you could land with a combination of the RCS and the engine. That'll do it. It'll get the job done. Not pretty, but it'll do it. Remember, this is about being quick, not necessarily getting, you know, what you need. However, I will make the case, guys, that a two-man lander, it might be good to have that capability. A two-man hypergol quick and dirty solution, even for our quote-unquote sustainable lunar thing, would probably be a good thing to have, just in case. What if in the future something goes wrong? And, you know, SpaceX or Blue can't get something out there without getting multiple refueler missions up and running and ready to go. What if you have an Apollo 13 style scenario like on the moon where you got to get people home quick, right? Having that type of solution might not be the worst idea. All right, this stage will aero brake. We'll ride that thing down later, but for now, let's get back to the lander. I mean, it's possible, dudes. Like, once again, the point is that there are ways that this could get done. There are ways to get a quick and dirty solution. It's not the best, it's quick and dirty, but once again, could be useful in the future. The lander is approaching the moon. We're gonna get a signal blackout here. Should get it back right now. All right, cool. Okay, stand by for capture. Okay, we've captured. Putting this in the right orbit. Just shoring it up a little bit, guys. Cool. Realistically, could they just update the Apollo lander command module with modern materials? That would take some time to make, X-Wing, but sure. Guys, we could do anything. I'm convinced that we could do anything. What I'm not convinced by is our ability to decide on what we should or shouldn't be doing with NASA at this point. We could do anything. We could make the Saturn V, dude. With the right scenario, we could make the Saturn V. We'd probably remake it, probably make it better, and probably get it running by 2030s. If we really wanted to. This really comes down to, above anything else, it comes down to deciding what we want to do. We've been figuring out what we want to do after Apollo since Apollo ended. It's the justification, it's the need. And that's always been my argument, the justification or the need for the architecture, for what we should be doing. It always comes from the president. So we haven't really been doing anything over the last 50 years because no president has committed to a really, really good space goal like President Kennedy did. Just my opinion. I guess we won't time warp to that, jeez.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
My dad raised me single-handedly. It wasn't easy being the son of a pirate.
What? Oh, single-handed son of a... Yeah, I get it. That was funny. Prime the engine. $20 by $93. Nice. For 19.3. This will do us right here. Cool. Hey, D. Krish. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. There's one of our old landing attempts over there. Or that's the Mark 1 descent module. Killer. 983 meters a second delta V. We got plenty of margin. And now a capsule is ready to get out to this thing. Oh. Should we should land it. We should test. We should do an end-to-end test. We should. Yep. Okay, we'll try the bottom rim of this crater here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, let's reorient the vehicle and test landing capability. Hey, Etel, what's up, man? 39-month resub. I'm doing a sub test. How much is the science? Is it worth? How much is it worth? Well, what's your conclusion? Is the conclusion that the alerter works? Because then it's worth 100 and no, it's worth 39 science. 39 science could be useful. I could use 39 science. What's up, man? How you doing? Stand by for power descent initiation here. T-minus 30 seconds. You're eating some cup ramen and watching your landing. All right. Yeah, we're gonna do a test run, guys. Okay. PDI is engaged. Rates are looking good. Guys, I'm just kind of curious where this is going to get me if I leave the engine at 1/3 throttle. Like, how close is this going to get me to negating out my velocity relative to the surface? Because technically the most efficient way to do this is to just keep burning the whole way down. Actually pretty good. Ground altimeter on. Actually pretty good. Not bad. How's that for pretty good? Coming down right. Almost exactly where I targeted. I was targeting a little bit over there, but okay, 150 at 17. Okay, we're floating. Nice. Still coming down an area that's a little bit crooked, but that's okay. Close. Lander legs absorb the impact. Perfect. Okay. Prototype lander 2. On the surface. No skittering. No, we good. You guys know that that's how Apollo 11 landed, albeit a little bit less exaggerated than that. The computer was bringing them down over an area that wasn't going to be good for landing, so Neil took manual control and did that. What I just did, but not nearly as exaggerated, but basically that. Good. She ain't moving. All right, let's get some science here. Where are we? We're in the northwest crater. Keep that experiment. Keep that experiment. Keep that experiment. And then mystery goo it up. Did he actually hover? Yeah. So he didn't hover. He hopped. So they were coming down. He saw that he didn't like it, and then he reoriented the vehicle, pulsed the engine, and hopped further down range, and found an area with no rocks. It is, yeah, the gnarliest thing ever. Balls of steel, dude. Or maybe COPVs. He overshot on purpose because where the computer was bringing them down was too rocky. They would have crashed. You guys got to remember, there's no relative navigation. There's no terrain relative navigation or anything like that. Okay, cool. This is great, dudes. The legs absorbed the impact. Everything was good. I was watching the fuel. And I would have had the RCS to help cushion the landing if needed, but it wasn't needed. So we're all set. Now for the time warp test. Let's transmit science before we do that. Yeah, it was fine, Chief. The legs worked perfectly. They bounced the impact. Guys, I know you're not going to believe me, but I did that on purpose. I was watching my fuel. If you look, watch my eyes dart back and forth. I was watching the fuel levels the whole time. I wanted to let it run dry and then drop the thing. And I also did that on purpose, dudes. We could have landed over here. It would have been fine. But I tested the ability to hop just in case I, for whatever reason, came down in an area that I didn't want. I did a lot of weird testing on that one in my mind, at least. So you basically have 3 attempts worth of fuel. That extra, that's why I carry a margin on my descent module, always. Just in case. You never know. You might come down an area you don't like. So you might have to make an adjustment. The other thing that I did there, guys, was I wanted to see if we could just hit PDI and then basically PDI all the way, like one single engine firing all the way down to the surface. That's more in line with the LEM. That's what it would have done. Instead of like PDI 1, PDI 2, PDI 3, like I just wanted to get me close to the surface. And dude, from a 20-kilometer circular orbit at 1/3 throttle the whole way down, you basically get to the surface. You get in the crater. And honestly, if I just let her down, it would have and shut the engine off when we got near the ground. It probably would have had maybe an 8 meters a second impact tolerance, which is quite good. It's just coincidence though that we would have, because we did land in a crater. If we tried to land in the highlands, that wouldn't have worked. We would have had to pulse the engine at the last second. What was the descent module's delta V before the descent burn? 1400, I think. By the time we got down to the surface, I checked it. We had 435 delta V left. I know it's not EGA style, but you could save a lot of fuel by not burning all the way down. Guys, I did my double descent burn with pretty much the exact same service module and had about the same amount of fuel. All right, time warp test. Time warp test makes everything, yeah, everything works. Killer. All right, ascent module test here. Let's enable the reaction control systems on the ascent module. I'd prefer this to have a manual turn on like this, because we only need to do this once with this type of ascent module. For now, at least. enabling monopropellant tanks, pressurizing attitude control systems. Okay. So long, descent module. Priming the engine. Pressurizing the tanks. Tanks are pressurized. Stability assist enabled. Reaction control system thruster test. Okay, RCS test is good. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is why we test. That would have sucked with people on board. There we go. These thrusters need to be configured for yaw, pitch, roll, and translation. Just like that. I noticed something that I did wrong here. We went into a prograde orbit. We should test going back into a retrograde orbit, but it's okay. This thing needs to be able to hit a 20-kilometer circular. We'll assess delta V margins after that. Translation control is creating no. Yeah, I'm noticing a pitching moment, which means these thrusters aren't exactly lined up. See, it's adding to our rotation rates. Translation thrusters should not rotate you. What about yaw? Yaw should be the same case. Yep. All right. They're not exactly lined up with our center of mass. They're close, but they're not exact. Just something to note. It's not that big of a deal. Do you think Starship HLS is dead? No.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Hotbox 54 month resub. Mass from the pizza plate. We did the analysis on this thing, Louise. Oh, it should have enough. By should, I mean I know it will have enough, dude. We good. Don't worry about that. That was more of a, you know, you should test as you fly moment for me, but... I don't know. Somebody over in YouTube chat asked it. Easily have the mass margins to get back into a 20 circular. Don't Kerbals add mass? I did the delta V calculations out with Kerbals in the lander, dude, in the SBH. If you assign them to a seat, it'll take their mass into account, dude. Dude, we only have 79 meters a second delta V left. Now, that's not a lot. But we have probably, I'd say 150 from the monopropellant systems, easily. Actually, probably more at this point. No, I know about action groups, Lemon. I don't like using action groups. Action groups will allow you to fat finger the keyboard. I'm never gonna fat finger enabling an RCS. It's a D10. Nice, Wooly. There you go. It is a good game. Kerbal's awesome. In fact, you know what? Let's try something. We're in pretty much a circular orbit. Orbital velocity is 543 meters a second. Let's see where it takes us here by doing a prograde burn with the RCS, just out of curiosity. I think you'll do this with Kerbals today. Depends on how this test goes, bud. Nice, Aqualex. That's cool. I'm just seeing how much Delta V this thing has, just out of curiosity. Guys, this is well within our margins. Look, dude, we've burned 10 monopropellant. This thing could circularize at 100-kilometer mooner, no problem, without using any fuel. In fact, burning this monopropellant is making our Delta V go up, which is kind of funny. So that's 37 meters a second Delta V, give or take. Probably a little bit more because we're going uphill now. You got a playlist running? I do. Just rebinding some thrusters, guys, is all I'm really seeing. Everything else here is pretty good, except for the balance right here. Other than that, we're A-okay. This thing works fantastic. It's quite good. I asked other streamers how they play popular music and don't get their VODs flagged. They told me they run a separate audio stream that doesn't appear in the VOD. Yeah, they do that. By mixing tracks, Iger. That's a viable strategy, I suppose. That's playing with fire, though. You're playing with fire. Twitch updated their terms of service right after the whole DMCA fiasco. They updated their terms of service to be able to live strike DMCA you. So if somebody sees you playing their music and complains to Twitch, you can get banned. You can get DMCA takedown in real time. A live stream can do it. You're playing with fire doing that. I don't think that's wise. That's not a good idea. How much velocity did you have at the start of the burn? 543 was our orbital velocity at 20 kilometers circular lava. After using 20 monopropellant, we've pushed the AP up to 540 and we're at 588. But it's probably a little bit more because we're taking into account the uphill ride. I would guess that we probably have about 100 meters a second from what I'm seeing here. Probably more than that. 100 meters a second is a very conservative estimate. This thing could almost get back to Kerbin by itself, or at least on a trans-Kerbin injection. You could probably do TKI with this, with the fuel that we have left over. Why is Artemis 2 only doing a distant flyby and not a dress rehearsal for Artemis 3? you got to shake down the capsule and make sure that it works. Flying by the moon, you got to do that. That's the next logical step in the methane. Would you say halving the monopropellant on the ascent stage could give you better performance overall? Yeah, but then I would have nothing to mount my thruster blocks to. Can't have that, Alucard. That's no good. You know? That would look terrible. Nothing, King. I'm not 100% happy with our ascent that time, but then again, it wasn't the best ascent because I spent half of it reconfiguring the thrusters, guys. So we did incur a little bit of a grab loss on that thing, but either way, all right, pretty dang successful. I'm gonna flip this vehicle over, and we're gonna dispose of the ascent stage. Let me just see real quick, which way do these things like to move? Okay. If that's creating a negative pitching moment, that means this is not, the center of mass is this way. Not by much, it's not a lot. Probably to the point where this design, the way it is probably just fine, but... yaw is the same way. The thrusters and the tanks just need to move up a little bit. They got to move this way. Just a smidge. They don't need to move very much. Okay, I saw what I wanted to see. So thruster configurations, and that's pretty much it. We just need to work on the thruster configurations, and that's all. All right, disposal burn. Okay. Thank you, Ascent Module 2. I bid you adieu. Enjoy crashing into the lunar surface. Well, that's not great. Huh. Not in space news yet. Oh. Yeah, we should probably do that. There's really not much, guys. H3 had or HTVX had its inaugural launch over the weekend. Pretty cool. And we do have a Falcon 9 launch in a little bit. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh. Next space flight was giving me the launch time in Pacific. I was like, what the heck? It said it launched at 5:21. But no, that was just a window opening. It looks like it updated. We're 3 hours out from Starlink 1121. Cool. That was weird. I was like, did a rocket launch happen and no one told us about it in chat? That's not normal. Something else happened there, you know? Like, I was like, wait a minute. Just 49 more points until you get the 375 tanks. Do I want 375 tanks though? I strongly recommend the Cheetah engine. Yeah. It's all good, Nolan. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't know, Alucard. It's very strange. I'm thinking, yeah, well, guys, Creeper, are you around, buddy? If you're around, let me know, because there really isn't much. There's not much space news. I was tracking it over the weekend. There's not much. Not anybody that not anything that I think anybody wants to talk about. You know the drill. Now that you've developed a fully medium lift, heavy lift rocket, time to throw it to the track. HCVX. Yeah, that's it. That's the only thing, Deadbringer. I didn't say there wasn't anything. I just said there wasn't much. I think we should go forward with KSP. I think we should just keep playing. Which I said on Friday. I said that we might have to just keep going. We might not have might be a light space news on Monday. I said that on Friday. Yeah. Who wants to go to the moon? We got to get him to the moon. We have to shake down the capsule. We have to shake down the capsule and get those 2 rescues on the shakedown mission for the capsule. Because I did change some things. And then we got to update the thrusters on the lander as well. So let's get to it. All right. It was namely these thrusters. They need to be set to yaw, pitch, and roll. Yeah, like that. That's fine. And then these thrusters as well. Get rid of that. We'll go through reintegration again. Other than that, everything here seemed to have worked just fine. Not seemed to. It did. Everything worked perfectly. You just separate that for a moment. Check something. How could that possibly have been off? There. Just ticking the probe core down once should put that into alignment. The thrust limiter on this thing should be re-enabled. And then we should have an absolute snap there. There we go. Anything else, dudes? Oh, these thrusters as well. These thruster configs need to be... Everything needs to be turned on for them. There we go. Cool. All right. Did I miss space news? Will, there's not really much, dude. Like, there's not much to talk about unless you guys want to talk about something in particular. I don't trust that those struts are attached to the RCS ball, so I'm gonna remake them. That's what I want. I want to make it look like one strut. There we go. Ah! Non-symmetry. Ah! 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 Hi, I'm EJ. You know what I really like to do in my spare time? I like to do more work. You know, I like doing more than what I need to do. It's, you know, yeah. Thank you. What are the advantages of these custom legs over landing legs? You can time warp and it won't bounce you around if you time warp on the surface hip. That's why I decided to go with them. That was the deal breaker. I mean, the trade-off is obviously part counts, so, you know, we make trade-offs in other areas, right? Trade-offs part count in this particular capacity, but these don't. You can time warp. They don't bounce you around. You don't slide on the surface at all. That's why I opted to do them, dude. Right? I'll take that trade every day of the week. Why would anyone do drugs when you could just mow the lawn, boy? All right, so we changed the thruster lockouts. That thing is good to go. I'm happy with it. I'm pretty damn confident people could land down on the surface. Let's just double check our Delta V readings to be sure. Sorry for reposting, but did you cover that Cyprus is now active part of the ESA? Great. Cyprus? What are they? So? I mean, that's cool, I guess. Japan's sending PlayStations. How about you? Did you take that deal? I'd take that deal. Oh, yeah. 1485, guys. That's... I don't like that. Our margins are getting a little tight here for my taste. I mean, that's still enough. That's what we just tested, and it was enough to hop around on the surface at least a little bit, but we really need to stick this thing. Nice legs. Thank you. 1600 is really what I was thinking, yeah. You know what will get us the extra Delta V? If we expend that first stage. If we expend a first stage instead of trying to have it boost back and land, that'll get us what we're looking for. You just found the potentially weirdest pocket pistol ever. Ew. I mean, cool. I love redoing struts. Love this. It's great. I love it. It's my favorite thing in the world. Well, Eukerman, these struts, this is a strut that connects the piston cylinder housing to that G11 strut. I just moved them out to make them look like it's triangulated. That's all. Something is wrong with these. I don't like them. Okay, that worked. Okay, that worked. Sometimes when you merge craft files, it messes your struts up, dude. That happens. There. So the solution to that, I find, is removing stuff from sim after the lander design is good to go. Okay. There we go. That should fix that. Now that's all good to go. Josh Soldier, I told you I was going to Serbia to see the Nikola Tesla Museum. Boarded a plane at Atlanta now. To Amsterdam, watching EJ at 35,000 feet. Nice, Joe. Long time no see, dude. That's cool. It's a folding 22 caliber pocket pistol that's semi-automatic with a 10-round fixed magazine. That's a long stroke recoil operated instead of blowback. Oh, what? It's called the ounce pistol. That Oh. That's that genuinely curious how that doesn't jam. Like I can't watch the video. It's age restricted. This video may be inappropriate. Why? Because it demonstrates the action on a firearm? Give me a friggin' break. What is my... What the hell? How old do you think I am, YouTube? Jesus. I hate this timeline sometimes, dude. Anyway, that seems very interesting. Not that I would know. That's neat, Daryl, yeah. Dude, that kind of overhead 90-degree feed is something. A P90 doesn't feed like that, Mario. Man, I just got wicked tired all of a sudden. Guys, I think I'm gonna go eat something real quick. Yeah. I'm just gonna take a quick break, dude. I'll be back. Then we'll do the lunar mission. If you give them a scan from your ID. Dude, I will have a tag around my goddamn toe before a freaking tech company gets a scan of my identification. No, they don't already got it, dude. It's just so lame, you know, like, we know what they're gonna do with that information. You're gonna sell it to some, like, dude, we get it. Like, dude, oh my god. Data brokerage should be freaking illegal, man. It's ridiculous. This is getting out of hand. It's just... Gross. How about you know, actually do some work and make something, you know, for a change. But hey, whatever. Now we can't be bothered with doing that. Can't be bothered with actually getting paid to do something useful. Anyway, all right. Anyway, that got too serious real fast. I'm all sad, yeah. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I think I'm getting all antsy and pantsy because I don't have we don't have fuel in the tanks. We gotta have fuel in the tanks on our lander, so EJ's gotta have fuel too. Give me give me 2 seconds. I'll well, I don't know, give me like 10 minutes. I'll be back in a moment. Enjoy the tunage. Well, that didn't take as long as I thought. Turns out your boy can eat really quickly. Okay, so. All right. Where were we? Oh, yes. Just catching up with chats. EJ, we continue to make people sad. That's awful. Stop it. Bets on low pressure on Melissa below 850. Yeah, it doesn't seem great. When you take this to any other planets, Noctilux, this one is specifically designed for lunar. But that doesn't necessarily mean we wouldn't be able to use it on Minmus. Actually, the Ascent module could probably just be used on Minmus by itself. You know?
Discovery.
Paulo, what up? All right. So the lander is good. Let's change it up a little bit. What we got to do, the other thing that we got to do is qualify the capsule. We got to make sure the capsule is good enough. So we got to rescue 2 Kerbals. But if I'm looking at that was going to be my shakedown mission because we're really testing the ascent part of the vehicle. Actually, did we get any? Position a satellite in a specific orbit of Kerbin. Let me check. One is there, and the other one's in low Kerbin orbit. But one of them is heavily inclined. I think we have enough that we can get to Barvy's capsule, boost up to a higher orbit, change the on-orbit inclination here. Shouldn't cost too much. Get Isawig, change back to 0 degrees inclination, and then get back down to 100 by 100, and then come back down. That should be good. That should be a good shakedown for the newest version of the capsule of the Taurus. So I think that's what we're gonna do. How'd Barbie get out there? I don't know. Contract mission. Here, let me time warp our contracts here. We'll see if there's anything else we can get at. What mods are those pods? What? I don't have any art mods, except for one that I put in the game, Gringo. Recover Kel, bro. He is a bro. Yep. Type of orbit is Kelbro in. It doesn't say. Whatever, let's just accept it. We'll go get him. Yep. Guys, I need to do a shakedown of the capsule before I want to get it ready for Kerbals on the uphill ride. That's because we redesigned its fairing and everything on the block with the Block 4 launch vehicle. So we got to do a shakedown cruise with it. So I'm just getting Kerbals to rescue. The other thing that we could do is this satellite in a specific orbit of Kerbin. We could have the magnetometer on there. We put a magnetometer on there, we score that contract too. That satellite around the specific orbit of the moon, magnetometer, accelerometer, thermometer. Pace 13 science, 10 rep. You know what? I'll grab that too. We'll save that one. We'll use the lunar lander to do that when we send the lunar lander out there. Any plans for a station to farm science? Yes. Have you heard about anything about Falcon Heavy flying soon? The next Falcon Heavy is scheduled for July of 2026. That's the Griffin mission. That's the mission that should have been carrying Viper. Aren't they scrapping Falcon Heavy? I don't think so. No, I don't think so, Nick. Uncle Sam wants Falcon Heavy, dude. So, no, it ain't going anywhere. The DoD gets what it wants. Yep, that's true, man. Oh, cute. We have talked about this, given the topic is F heavy. Are there any news? Topic is Falcon Heavy. Are there any news on the extended fairings? When are they supposed to fly with them? My guess, Lava Eagles, the extended fairings will be used at Vandenberg and Slick 6. As to when they're going to fly, no idea. DoD gets what it wants and their checks don't bounce. That's right. they don't. Speaking of that, when is that launch happening? We got some time. All right, let's qualify up this capsule and then do the lunar mission. Hey Ryan, what's up, man? I got the feels to start a career save for the first time after watching you stream the other week. I didn't realize how much trickier it was. Took me 5 attempts to reach orbit. Dude, I had to dust the cobwebs off too. I made some idiot mistakes. On the, like, at the beginning of this save. One of the mistakes I didn't make, though, was killing Jeb. I have not done that. And that's why I'm really robustly testing all of my components before that happens, man. Dude, I know exactly what you mean, though. Like, when I had to dust off the cobwebs, Ryan, I hadn't played probably a year and a half. Like a full, like, syndicated career series. Haven't played it in a long time. Yet. I won't, guys. I'm confident enough in my engineering and my checkouts and design, and being very careful about driving requirements and stuff, that will not happen unless some crazy fluke happens. I won't do it. All right, let's check our staging. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 engine ignition. Separation. Are these the overclocked engines? Yes, they are. The next thing we are going to need is staging. And then we're going to need upper stage ignition. And then we need launch escape system jettison. That's LES jettison. Shroud. Payload deploy. SPS ignition. It's been 3 years since you had a Kerbal on another planet or body. Yeah. Yes, I know. We're going to change that here very soon. Sometimes Kerbal demands blood. You killed Jeb and Val in subsequent flights yesterday. Woof. All right, let's roll. Let's go get these Kerbals. I'm gonna get the 2 in low Kerbin orbit first, and then we'll do some funny orbital plane change stuff here. DKzo, what's up? May I ask you a question? Of course. Can we make it to Mars safely? Can we make it to Mars safely to Mars with no moon base? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course you could. There are many people that make arguments in the spaceflight community that we don't need to go to the moon. We've already been there. There's no point in going. You're not going to learn much. I would contend to say that, I mean, from an architectural standpoint, going to Mars is completely different. The thing is, the moon is a very, very, it's a very easy place, comparative. Okay, so here's the trade-off, and this is why people always argue over this. Mars is a lot harder to get to It's a lot harder to get to. Your mission architecture needs to be very, very, very specific because you can only get to it every 26 months. 26 months is when Earth and Mars are get closest to each other. That's the plain English way of saying it. Guys, I know about orbital phasing. Please don't waste my time. All right. So I'm being very, very general here. So because of that, you're sending people on a one-way trip. It takes a couple months to get out there, and then you're on the surface for about a year. About a year at the very least. And then you come back up off the surface of the planet, and then it takes 2 or 3 months to get back. You'll be gone basically 26 months. That's a 26-month mission. That's a long duration. It's a long mission, a very long mission. The longest missions that we've done to the ISS are not even close to that. Maybe 12, 13 months. Not even close to that amount of time in space. Now, Mars, however, theoretically is easier to live on. It's easier to live off the land on Mars. There is some traces amounts of atmosphere. That atmosphere has CO2 in it. CO2 would be much easier to utilize. You could live off the land a lot better, albeit not much better, but a lot better on Mars than you can on the moon. Now trade that off. The trade-off with the moon is that the moon's right there. It's right there. It's not that far away. Using this math, it's not far. It's not that far. Hey, did I tell you it's not far? Now, it's a little bit easier to get to. Interestingly enough, it costs about the same amount of delta V to get to the surface of the moon than it does to Mars. It's just there's that whole orbital mechanics thing. We can get to the moon basically anytime we want. I mean, within reason, depending on your architecture, right? Now, Takezo, here's the thing. Living off the moon is a little bit harder to live off the land. There's not much up there. The reason why we're going after the South Pole, and we want to get to the South Pole before China, is because there's ice on the South Pole. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, part of the Constellation program, proved that. There's ice down there. We can get at it. And you can use it. If there's ice, there's hydrogen and oxygen. If there's hydrogen and oxygen, you can use that to make water. You can use that to make fuel. You could use it to make liquid oxygen if you really want to. So you can live off the land on the moon. But the thing is, either way, with either architecture, you're going to have to come up with some form of in situ resource utilization. So you have to live off the land on either architecture. I don't really think we're gonna spend enough, send out a big enough thing with a big enough vehicle with enough supplies to last you a whole year. Maybe enough for the life support, but that's, once again, you need a big rocket to do something like that. Mars has enough fuel to get the crew back. You could use CO2. You could use the CO2 on Mars. Sure. If we had a Martian base near the Martian ice cap, which also does have water, with CO2, you could make methane. You can make methane. You can make anything with enough energy. You have carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. You can make whatever. The moon doesn't have much carbon on it. So, you know, Mars is a little bit easier. It's a little bit easier to live on, but it's way harder to get to. The moon is comparatively easier to get to. It's only 3 days away if you're using a very low energy transfer for humans, right? Only 3 days away. You can get there almost any time, right? It's right there. A little bit harder to live off the land. But if you do, if you do that, you could learn how to live there for long periods of time and have the relative safety of Earth being next to you. So if you figure out how to live out on the moon, you could pretty much do it on Mars. But once again, totally different architecture going to Mars. With Mars architecture, your duration is a 2-year mission. The maximum, what I would do, Takezo, personally, is I would make architecture that's good for landing on Mars and then use that to land on the moon. A little bit over-engineered for task. But I would eventually build out my lunar program to handle these long duration stays. I would have people up there eventually stay up there for an entire duration Martian mission. Send somebody up there, have them transit out to the moon, have them stay at Gateway for the Mars transit time, land on the moon for the Mars surface time, so to speak, and then have them come back up to Gateway. Have them come back up to Gateway after 500 days, give or take. So a year and a half, and then have them stay up there for the transfer, and then, you know, have them transfer back. That's the theoretical reason why we have Gateway, to be able to simulate a mission like that. That's one of the reasons why we have Gateway, guys. Now, there's a reason why I say Gateway should be a prototype transfer vehicle, because if you're going to practice transferring, if you're going to practice a Martian transfer on Gateway, you should use the transfer vehicle that you're going to use to do that. But Gateway is good enough. It should be a good enough analog to get the point across either way. But yeah, Takezo, therein lies the problem. Like, it's a trade-off. There's always a trade-off. Mars is harder to get to, potentially easier to live off of. The moon's way easier comparatively to get to. You can get there almost any time. But it's harder to live off the land there. That was the idea behind the Artemis architecture. Not that they did it right, but that was the idea. Correct, Oculus. I knew you'd come in saying, be like, oh, well, that's the reason we have Gateway. I know the reason why we have Gateway. It's not a bad idea in theory, but the time to do it was 5 years ago. It's not a Mars transfer vehicle. Alex, you're not getting anywhere near Mars with this thing. We've had this conversation before. Don't gaslight me into thinking that we haven't. We absolutely have. You're not getting anywhere near Mars with SCP. That's not happening. Stop lying to these people. Stop lying to these people. You're deceiving all these people.
This is space. I'm in space.
Gifted 5 subs. All right, let's send this thing. Our staging is good to go. We could put the magnetometer on if we really wanted to. I'm not sure we have the Delta V to do it. Then again, putting it on ain't gonna hurt either. Yeah. Let's just go get our Kerbals. This will be the Taurus 7 mission, testing out the most updated version of the Taurus capsule and the crewed Octo 3 Block 4. So back to the question, if you're making the executive decision, you go to Mars first, then figure out the moon? No, reverse that. Oh geez. No, reverse it. Thank you, Michigan Wolverine. Tags aren't showing up in the YouTube chat for me. Moon is like camping in your backyard, and Mars is camping deep in the woods. If you can't camp in your backyard, you'll be hard-pressed to camp in the deep woods. Correct. Swap the power and propulsion module with something with more kick. A Vasimir. I'd just say put an EUS. Swap the PPE with an EUS. Turn the EUS into the power and propulsion element, dude. That's what I've always said. And you're good to go. I'm not trolling, so the moon is first. I know you're not trolling. NTR EUS? Yeah, that's a good idea. Just eliminate the LOX tank and the 4 RL-10s on the EUS and just hang Nerva from an EUS hydrogen. This is an idea I can get behind. My friend. Yeah, that's a good call. I'm okay with that. You guys okay with that? I think we should do that. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Can you give a quick walkthrough of your craft? I haven't seen any of it yet. this is my Octo 3 Block 4 vehicle. I'm testing out, there's a crew capsule in there, and I want to make sure that everything works well with the staging and everything. All right, let's do this. What orbits are these bad boys in? 86, 85, all right. We're gonna aim for 100 circular like we usually do. I want to make sure that Kelbro gets out in front of me. So we're gonna get Kelbro's capsule first, and then we're gonna get Barvi, and then we're gonna boost the capsule out to Isawig, and we're gonna use orbital mechanics to do an on-orbit plane change to get that done. We are in phase. Okay, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And we got a liftoff. First flight of the Octo 3 Block 4 with the crew capsule configuration. Everything's looking good. Throttling back. We're into the throttle bucket for maximum dynamic pressure. Okay. Out of the throttle bucket. We're past max Q. Okay, next step in the flight is main engine cutoff here. Stand by for main engine cutoff. We have MECO confirmed. Stage separation. Upper stage ignition confirmed. Launch escape system jettison. LES jettison confirmed. All right, switching back to the first stage. Boost back burn. Okay. Enabling steering systems. Okay, switching back to the upper stage. I'm gonna let that stage coast for a little while. Thanks for the content. Yeah, of course, man. Don't worry about it. All good. Current TWR 1. Okay, shroud jettison. Oh, did that break anything? It did not like that. Ooh, Nelly. Didn't like that. Hey, Lone Wolf. Thank you for the raid. Stand by, press for Seco. (96 by 99) nominal orbit insertion. Pretty good. Yeah, we had a little bit of an observation during the stage. Jettison. Oh boy. Yeah, I boosted back a little too much. Yeah, we should start firing those motors. Yeah, this is gonna hurt. Oh. Oh, well, you know. It's fine, guys. I just lost the most expensive parts. You know, we got the grid fins and stuff back, though. You know, that's good. We just blew up the most expensive pieces. No big deal. We got some money back. Dumb reuse. Yeah, that's that's what we'll call it. See, that they might have smart reuse, but we have dumb reuse. All right. Look at us. Why no parachutes? Because I'm trying to land it without those. Trin. I'm trying to land them without that because, parachutes are for normies. Normies. Except when it comes to capsules. You don't want to be a normie, do you? Stand by for spacecraft separation. Why not use the RCS mounted on the rear to pull away? Because I didn't know what was causing the problem, and I figure a softer approach would have been better. Your mother, my mother's just fine. Oh, that's so nice not having to screw with all the action groups, dudes. I have indicator lights to show which thruster packs are on. That one is for translation or for rotation. That one is for translation, and that one's for course control translation. Not like, yeah, those are the more powerful thrusters. And see, I have little indicator lights that say which ones are on. Isn't that cool? Stand by for the deorbit burn. Okay, stage is deorbited. Bye-bye. How bad would you say the docking tutorial is in this game compared to how you do it? No idea. I've never done it. Ever. All right, we're gonna do a surface propulsion system firing to get us a better inclined orbit here. Surface propulsion system is on. SPS 1. Cool. Now we just gotta wait for... I did it wrong. Kelbro I wanted behind us, not in front of us. I'm sorry. I'm just used to rendezvousing with stuff that's higher. So we'll just wait for Bartry's stuff to get close. Set the phase. So I'm just changing the time of burn so I can get the right phasing, so I can use the least amount of delta V or the most amount of rendezvous. That's 86% more rendezvous per delta V. Okay. Should get us close. There we go. Come on, baby. Get closer. There we go. Just got to adjust the phasing just a little bit more. If you sit here and you're patient with this thing, you can dial it in. Okay, let's reorient the capsule. Yeah, I like keeping the intercepts precise, exactly. Do you think SpaceX will respect the time imposed by NASA for HLS? Patrick, if NASA respects their own goddamn time, then maybe SpaceX will too. Tell me this, when the hell is Artemis 3 happening? Because last time I heard from NASA, last time I heard a concrete commitment to a date from NASA for Artemis 3, it was 2024. So it's hard for SpaceX to scale to a timeline that doesn't exist. All right, SPS2. Good enough. Capsule is handling excellent, by the way. I'm going to use my big translation thrusters here to do the circularization. Let's say Artemis does not happen. Does HLS still happen? Yeah, of course HLS still happens. Guys, NASA's paid SpaceX out already. 2.7 billion out of 2.9 billion. It's happening. And if the Artemis program doesn't happen, SpaceX still landed on the moon, guys. I'm sorry, I hate to burst your bubble. Okay, we're zeroed out.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Increasing close speed to 1 meter a second. Hey, Lunchbot guy, give this up to Jonas. There you go. Okay, we're just coasting here for a second. $30 meters in closing. Listen to Deadbringer. Grab. What do you think of the Blue Origin lander? Fine. It's going to take some time for them to dial it in. They don't really have a lot of experience doing that, but once they dial it in, it'll be fine. I would just really prefer a landing architecture that didn't involve cryogenic propellants. At least for the interim, fellas, but that's just my opinion. You said the dirty I word. Nice. You guys think that's close enough? Oh, God. Sorry. I don't like how much Delta V that uses, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put myself. What the hell? My voice just stopped working. That's lovely. Really appreciate that. Voice.exe stopped working. Testing. Nope. Stopped. Oh, what the hell?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I know, 77 months. You got a lump in your throat, too. Yeah. No, I'm good. Yeah. Well, voice box just decided to stop working there for a second. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a burn, and my target intercept is going to be on the exact opposite side of Kerbin. That'll make it so 2 orbits are needed to get to that capsule instead of just 1. 1 required a 293 meters a second Delta V burn for the uphill and downhill ride. This does not. Stand by for SPS 3. Surface propulsion system ignition. Did you try cycling voice power states? Yeah. All right. See how the target rendezvous is at the exact opposite side of the planet? If I do 2 orbits around, ready? 1. And we do it again. 2. Okay, it was 4, not 2, but you get the idea. What I'm gonna do is just boost the orbit just a little bit. There we go. Now we just got to mess with the maneuver node and calculator again. Come on. (300-meter intercept). 20 meters a second delta V burn. Boom. Only 4 orbits that time. Okay, SPS 4. Good. (100-meter intercept, or at least inside of 100-meter, or inside of a 200-meter intercept. Should be good. Let's go around here. Where is he? Oh, we passed him. We passed him! Stop this thing! Oh, I screwed that up. Well, not by much, though. Thankfully, the capsule is very forgiving. There we go. Hi, buddy. What the hell is that thing? Is that an old lander can? I haven't seen one of those in a long time, dudes. Okay, 43 meters out. Closing at 1 meter a second. Look at that. Inside of 20 meters, slowing to 40 centimeters a second. Ten centimeters a second, 3.8 meter out. Okay. We got 2. There goes the missions. Good, good. This is the shakedown, final shakedown for the newest version of the capsule with the toggle lights on them. On it. And then I did need to rechange the lander design. So, yeah, I wasn't too happy with it. So I'm just doing another rescue mission for the cat. Give me the cash. Yeah, come on now, give me the cash. So here, that capsule that we're going to try to get to is in a very, very highly inclined orbit. Meaning we got to go up there, do a plane change, and come back down. Oh, 600 meters a second. Oh, yeah. Oh, margin isn't there, dudes. Yeah, we don't have the margins for it. That's gonna have to be a whole separate mission. We're gonna have to use the second stage to insert up there. That's the only way we're gonna have enough margins to do a dialed in re-entry. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Not now, at least. Okay, let's get us... Let's get ourselves in 100 by 100 circular and then set the perigee and then no, JDG, I think I inhaled a mustache hair. It's that's my telltale sign to get rid of this. Just get rid of it. It's annoying. Or at least trim it. Believe me, it's the freaking worst thing ever. And shave it so we see what young EJ looks like. Yeah. We're close to November. Shave it now, or you're going to be stuck with it for a month. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Evo Galactic Conquest goatee when? I don't know, man. Look up No Shave November, right? Good enough. Okay, let's get ourselves prepared for re-entry. I don't like re-entering in the dark. In the dark. Okay, re-entry trajectory is dialed in. Stand by for the final service propulsion firing. In 3 minutes. Boeing forgot to update your voice box. I am not a Boeing model, okay? Draper Laboratory, if you really want to know. You are go for deorbit burn, Taurus 7. Deorbit burn was done on time. Trajectory is nominal. Okay. Gonna now reorient the capsule for SM jettison and disposal. It's a shame, the thing's definitely full. It's alright. Okay, we are go for service module jettison. Service module jettison confirmed. Okay, we have entry interface, guys. This was a rescue mission just to make sure that the newest version of the capsule with the keyed action groups for RCS is working. I was going to get a third Kerbal, but the third Kerbal we didn't have the Delta V to get. That's a screw up on my part. I thought that the SM would have the Delta V to do it, but no. Getting out there is going to cost us. We're going to need to boost it with the stage. So that rescue mission is going to be its own thing, which is fine. So we got Kelbro and Barvey, and we're going to bring them back. Starting to see ablation on the front of the heat shield. Look at that. How stable is that? Look at that, fellas. No SAS, no heading lock. That's ballistically stable right there. That's real good. Real good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Clark. 3-month resub. Thank you. My no SAS. Doesn't need it. Well, that's what a good, healthy, and robust testing regime does, dudes. It works. I know it's going to work. Yeah, Jim, we probably could have done it if we did a ballistic skip, right? I still need to do the skip trajectory with this. Like if I had it my way, I would do another uncrewed mission with the capsule out to the moon. And basically default out the mission profile, or like kind of flesh out the mission profile. Meh, it is pretty fleshed out, but nice. Hey, Trey. Just making sure the capsule is all ready to go. Perfect. There's KSC right there. Excellent. And we're coming down in the exact same spot as we did for every other mission. I'd say we have re-entry with this thing dialed in. Look at that. So I'm gonna give a clean bill of health to the capsule and the Octo 3 Block 4 with the crude configuration. We're good to go. This thing's just fine. During mission mode, how did you put new heat shields on capsules? I put a docking port on the bottom of the capsule. Docking port on the bottom. And then had the heat shield attached with the docking port as well. It can be done. You just need a little bit of a skirt on the back of the capsule. Drogues. We got drogue inflation. Main chute deploy. Nice. Never tested it. I won't accidentally cut a main, King. That's not gonna happen. It's almost impossible to select one and not the other. Like, I'm not gonna make that type of misclick, dude. And splashdown. Stable 1. I do believe the good manners dictate that we should send out the welcome wagon. What I'm eventually probably going to do, King, is put a CAL controller here that sequences the parachute deployment so we don't have to worry about it anymore. We never have to worry about it. All I have to do is right click on the CAL and just hit play. As long as we, hit play at the right altitude, it'll play the sequence out. No problem. Tour 7. Pretty successful. What's the biggest improvement you want to see in KSA? Part count? Yeah, part count.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Jojo, 35-month resub. Thank you. Can we say landing gear that won't slide? That'd probably be good, Urban, right? That's a really good paying mission. I'm going to take that mission and we'll save that for the crewed mission to Minmus. Aha!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We'll probably lose. Don't worry about it, man. EJ, I'm guessing you used the crane that built the vehicles to pick the capsule up and then rolled a new heat shield under and dock them together. That's right. Yeah. I made all kinds of vehicles, Michigan. I made all kinds of cool stuff that could lift, you know, just cranes, just hoisting devices. You'd be amazed at how useful that is when you're trying to reuse everything. Trey, your 4 kilonewton for the club is almost done. We are thinking of doing a 40 kilonewton motor next since we have gained access to an Inconel 3D printer. 40? You're going from 4 to 40? That's a little bit of a jump, but all right. That's karma for me being able to vote and kill Dart and start the SSTO. You pissant. You know that mission mode save would still be going if you didn't make that vote, right? If I'd kept going with the freedom architecture, we would have gone way further and we would have built way cooler things. But no. But no. You're building SSTO and you're being gay. You're building SSTO, you stupid son of a biscuit. The big SSTO was money, dude. It was pretty good, man. It's pretty good. It's a rocketry club jam. Don't worry about that. The big SSTO pad itself was one of the best KSP builds all time worldwide. Not better than Prestige Worldwide, though. Prestige Worldwide. Yo, the Buffalo, what's up, man? Thanks for the 5. What do you want to be your endgame rocket ship? I don't know. That is a straight up gnarly build. It like straight up, dude. It's pretty good. Hey, Kicks. Yeah. Have you seen the newest version of Collins, man? I haven't used it since 2023 or 2024. I don't know. You haven't? Here, I'll show you. Guys, we don't really have a lot of time to do another mission before the Starlink mission, so let's just mess with this here for a second. This little treat at the end of this career mode thing. Take a look at this. Actually, I'll be able to tell you. Yep, 2023. What is that pad? It's an SSTO launch pad. I used to build the launch accoutrement to go with my vehicles to reuse them. Yeah, the panel tessellator. We figured out a way in stock KSP to make that shape with a machine tool that we built. The panel tessellator. Dude, that was some severe spacetism right there. But we pulled that out, man. Look at that damn shape, dude. It's helical panel tessellation. Dude, this thing flies like a freaking champ, man. Flies excellent. Improve it, launch it? Nah. Nah. Why don't you ask me later, Crabsy? It's the best shuttle that I've made, dude. How did you make tiles like that? A lot of time, a lot of patience. You lost your founder badge, Kicks? Just resub. You should be able to get it back if you want to. If you resub, you should be able to get it, but don't worry about it, man. It ain't no thing. Can I see the biggest crane that I've made? Is there a tile mod? No. Well, yeah, probably, dude. That's made with no mods. I used panels as my tiles.
This is space. I'm in space.
Grab Sharp, get to the sub to Kicks. Oh, there you go. Should have it now. So my tiles are made out of panels, guys. I made out of panels, and I made the panels basically work like a heat sink. They work like the actual tiles. So when you watch this thing fly, panels light up as you get through. All the panels light up. The front ones get hot, and then they disperse the heat through the back like a gigantic heat sink. It's a panel thermal protection system. It works like the real one. It's just a heat sink. You sink heat into them. And that's it. Dude, we've built all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's the Jebliner stuff, which was... Jebliner was relatively recent. So, Michigan, if you're around, see that right there? That's how you do reusable heat shields. Oh, shoot, man. I should have just used this. It's actually a pretty good design. See? That's how you do reusable heat shields. My Starliner, the Starliner capsule that we made had it. Huh. Son of a gun. It had it. Huh. I made this for Flame Trench. It's a pretty tight capsule, dude. No, its RCS configuration is completely different, Nova. Yeah, I should have went and dug this thing up, but I wanted to scratch build something. The Taurus capsule is just fine. No, Tessa, I'm not doing that. I wish there were Dragon-type deployables. Just make one. How much time did it take to make the EJ tiles? Probably took me a week. I'd say a solid week of streaming only KSP in like January 2023. Dude, we've made all kinds of cool stuff. You guys, if you think the Taurus capsule's dialed in, man, I used to build a whole launch complexes. Like, I'm slowly getting that back. King, this is a pretty big crane. I didn't use like a conventional crane like this for mission mode though. Check the score again. Yeah, I told you we'd lose. It's okay. What's your most proud build? The shuttle is up there, man. Satanic, that thing flies like the shuttle. It flies like the space shuttle. That's it. It's a Kerbalized version of a real one. It flies exactly like it. Like if you play Orbiter, if you've played Orbiter and you know about how the shuttle works and how you try to fly it, it'll fly just like the real one. Baited. What? Are you stupid? Like a piece of crap. Correct. What was our reusable capsule for mission mode? What was the capsule that we used, dudes? I seem to remember us building a capsule and then we switched to Dart, right? It was Dart, right? You sound like you're getting sick. I'm fine. I could have sworn Oh, look at that. That's a prototype. That's a prototype of what would become the Taurus capsule. I built a prototype of it a long time ago, but I never really liked it. I didn't like it at all. But yeah. Your OG shuttle with the custom payload weight panels and docking port is still top tier. It was a good time. Sawyer could get that shuttle down. I'm positive he could get the shuttle down. If I just gave him a quick brief on where to set the perigee and stuff with your ohms burn, he could get it down. I know Sawyer could get it down. And then in that save where I built that, I had it built this.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I bought shares in a vampire slaying company. I'm the major stakeholder.
That was funny. Gold star. I'll put it up on the fridge. Yeah, there's another one of those over there. We engineered out the SPMs, and then it had a robotic arm on it that mimics Canadarm 2. Airlock, radiators, the whole kit and caboodle. We did test it. This with a shuttle next to it goes pretty good, man. I don't want to do assembled stations in my new save, dudes. No, I don't want to do that. That's complicated. I don't like doing those mission operations in space. I got something better planned. Don't you worry. Have you played multiplayer in KSP? No. Have you ever made an SPMT in KSP? No. Is there anything in the truss? In real life and in the game? Yes and yes. The truss segments hold power systems. Power systems, battery packs, radiator, coolant control loops. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. The cool thing about this, guys, is that the Kerbals could like EVA. You could EVA the Kerbals and they could crawl around on the truss just like they do just like the humans do in real life. And all these were delivered by the shuttle, and I used the robotic arm to install them, which... yeah, that was difficult. Which VOD is that? They're from... it would have been from early 2023. Late 2022. Have you built the ISS? No. No. I wish you could type values on the sliders. Hit the number sign. Hit the number sign. No, I didn't build the ISS, Bulgarian. Not in that save. I built Space Station Freedom, which was better. Cornelius, that's been in the game for like 5 years, homie. There's also this. You know, if you want to a tracked vehicle in KSP. Show this, please. You want to see Derek? Oh, all right. Everybody likes Derek. Needs more tension. That should do us right. I guess not. There we go. It's that left track that just doesn't want. Oh, we threw a track. Well, this did work at one time. I'm probably just using it wrong. Cornelius gifted a Prime to a tier 1 sub. Hey, thank you. That really helps. Thanks a lot. How long did this take to make? I think I cranked this out in one stream. Yeah, probably one stream. I showed this to the devs one time when KSP 1 was still being developed, and they were like, what? Dude, what? The hell's that? I'm like, don't worry about it. Yeah, trucks delivering fuel to the tank farm. Oh yeah, I had all kinds of refueling vehicles, dude. Guys, when I
Discovery, go and throttle.
I had payload integration buildings. You know, all like when we NSF does flybys and they take pictures of all the new buildings and stuff. Dude, you have no idea. I have, look, entire hangars with bridge cranes inside of them for integrating payloads. I built entire horizontal integration facilities. Everything out of rocket parts and wings. That was, yeah, the same vessel collision thing. That's right. Here. This is LV-1C, so that's Imahara. That has the crew access arm. Where's the Freedom Rocket? Yeah, it's not there. That's pretty funny, man. Does this work? I don't even know if this works anymore. What even is that? Turbo shaft. Something like that, Bulgarian, yeah. What's the decoupler for? All right. It's a universal joint. It's a drive shaft, dude. So if you activate the reverser, the thrust will push the two outside turbines, and one of those turbines is connected to a drive shaft. Oh, no, that broke. Yep. The idea is that if I make an airplane, right, we could make an airplane with helicopter rotors, right? And the airplane, when we could make it fly with the Goliath, just like a regular plane, but if we switch the Goliath to reverse thrust, we could connect it to rotors. And you could turn the rotors with the thrust reverser. Yeah, that's why I did a drive. That pinion angle for a drive shaft is terrible. That's why it rides so bad. Oh, dude, we made all kinds of crazy stuff like that. I wonder if I have the flying cuckoo clock. You don't need to worry about balancing your drive shaft. Is the cuckoo clock still out here? No, I don't think I have the cuckoo clock anymore. That arm is too strong for blasters. Rogue group, use your harpoons and tow cables. Go for the legs. It might be the only way of stopping them. Do we still have the OG tuk-tuk? Yes. Did I just see yeet stick? Yeah. Yeah, those don't work too well. The Sigma capsule. That's what we were using. I wonder if we have the Sigma SM prototype. Ah, yeah. I remember that. Jack once wanted to ask you if you can static fire in the rain. Probably. Oh, that's so bad. Ooh, that's a really old model, dude. Static firing in the rain is just pad deluge with extra step. Yep. Mm-hmm. The Rigel capsule. I remember that. That is... Yeah. That's the same idea as the Taurus capsule, but the Taurus capsule is 1,000 times better execution than this croc. Yeah, I used that in a career mode save a long time ago. Like, once again, Rigel is kind of like Taurus. The Taurus capsule is way better execution. The reusable descent module, the RDM Block 2. I remember this thing. This was a refuelable, reusable Minmus Moon lunar operations vehicle. With a freaking poodle. How much Delta V does that thing have? 2,700, yeah. The RDM, you could just put whatever you want up there. That was in career mode, dude. Make a new Saturn V someday? Don't worry, I got something cooked up for career mode. Don't worry, I know what I want to do. I know what I'm about, son. Prometheus, you guys are familiar with. You guys have seen this thing. Do I still have the FCB stuff? Yeah. I'm pretty sure I have those backed up somewhere. There's Prometheus. For a lot of you guys, this was your first time seeing me play KSP. Because I've been on a break. Have you ever made an N1? Nah, I don't make trash. Oh my gosh, launch it. No. It's junk. It doesn't work. It's too big. And then there was this. Oh no, that's not the good version. We don't want that. Do you still have the Grissom? Of course I do, Hidgy. Dude, I have everything. I've never deleted a Kerbal save. I have everything. It's backed up all over the place on 3 computers now. There's Endurance. Trash? Yeah, baby. Dude, we actually got this thing to work, and we figured out that when you actually don't skip frames, the Kraken drive on this thing is enough to rip the ship apart. Do I have any really old saves? Yes. Yeah. It's all, dude, I have everything. I have every single Kerbal craft file I've ever made backed up. Over 3 different computers at this point. What's your next KSP chapter streams after you finish this one? Mission mode. I want another mission mode save. We should really put this vehicle to use when we're done with Octo 3. This thing. You think Octo 3 is good? This is a beast mode of a vehicle. MLV is fantastic. We should dial in its trajectory and use it. This was a 375, partially reusable launch vehicle that I was working on. That is specifically like designed for reuse. Like if you get this thing back to the pad, it doesn't take much to put it back on the pad and fly it again. You like the Endurance? Endurance is pretty cool. It's a mix between New Glenn and Falcon 9, I guess. It's kind of this is not really based off of anything. It kind of looks like something, kind of looks like another thing. This is what's the right way to say it? It's a Kerbalized version of like a Block 5 Falcon 9. This is really what's somewhat analogous to Falcon 9 in KSP. Somewhat. The Tuk-Tuk, I still have it. It's around. The gyrocopters are fun to fly, chillin'. Those are a good time. Oh, Jesus. No, it doesn't fly. Kerbal did not appreciate this. Kerbal did not appreciate this thing. Okay? It did not appreciate it at all. It looks awesome, but it did not appreciate it in the slightest. Kerbal did not like that. It did not like a fuselage made out of panels. That was not great. That did not work very well. You mean like physics? Yeah. Did I catch an MLV with the chopsticks? I did. Oh, God. I remember that. Have you ever landed a booster on a drone ship? Yep. You could make a new version and use turbo prop blades. Luizo, I probably could. I like my K92. I think my K92 is a better design, personally. I don't want an Osprey. I like auto gyros. Auto gyros are way nicer designed. Don't worry about this, by the way. There's a large SSTO integration building. It's just a giant hangar with a gantry crane on top that's made out of fairings. Gee, yep, processing facility. Oh, man. Apologies for asking, did you build the Chrysler shuttle proposal? SCRV, Ryan, yeah. I've built SCRV. I showed it a second ago. I showed it right before Endurance, though. Here, I'll show you. It's down here, dude. There you go. You surely have the frame rate for shuttle mission mode. I'm building to it, dudes. Don't worry. Man, this thing was a monster. We should have used this more, but that was about the time, late 2023, where I was just done. I was just done with KSP, dude. For the time. Yeah, we figured out how to use thrust modulation with a CAL controller to get this thing to come down in VTOL. It was a pretty good design, dude. Check this out. I think the VTOL demo still works. I think. I'm not sure. What's the payload for Hemi? I think that's a subscale demonstrator. I think we put that in at like, I don't know, it's probably like 5-6 tons, something like that. All right. So watch this. Ready? So this thing uses vernier thruster modulation to get this thing to fly straight. So look, dudes. So you're seeing it and it's flying straight and you're like, okay, EJ, that's cool. What's so trick about this? I don't understand. And then you see that there's a gigantic ore tank glued to one side and the thing somehow is flying correctly. Check that out. Pretty cool, huh? See? Look at it. Look at it lean to one side. It leans to one side because there's an ore tank glued to the side. But, I mean, the other thing, just in case anybody thinks I'm full of it, there's no SAS on this thing. There's no stability assist, no gyroscopes, no nothing. See? If you take the SAS off, it'll do that. See what I mean? No fire, no energy, no nothing. Coggers. But yeah, there's no SAS on this thing. There's no like wheel authority. It's using an Octo 2 core. No wheel authority. No nothing. Is that adjusting the engine's thrust with legal values? No, it's using verniers to do it. It's using verniers and a CAL controller. See, yaw control and pitch control. That modulates the thrust of the verniers around over the twitch engines. Right? And we use differential thrust value offsets to basically make a controllable vehicle. These twitch engines do not have any gimbal either. This is straight up using the verniers and twitch thruster modulation to get the thing to fly straight. So this is a trick kind of technology that may or may not be employed on a certain company's, you know, second stage system where their second stage just happens to have a lot of thrusters sticking out the side. That's what Stoke is doing with their design. That's what makes the Andromeda engine so ridiculously crazy. These are all, they can modulate thrust output so you can land the damn thing. This thing doesn't need any thrust vector control, or not any, it doesn't need a gimbal. It has thrust vector control through thruster modulation. We tested it in KSP. Oh, it works. Oh, it works. Because I saw the Stoke hopper. When Stoke originally tested their Nova second stage hopper, we saw it go up and then move and then translate down and land. And I was like, how the frick did you do that without thrust vector control? Well, there you go. And then we prototyped it in KSP. Oh, it works. Oh, it's a good idea. That'll absolutely work. That would be pretty nice, Aqualux, yeah. If you added more mass, would it still maintain horizontal, or would you need to retune the cals? The subscale demo was just tested with a huge thrust offset. I tuned it for that. We'd have to probably retune it if you added more mass. I'm not sure it can account for the differential. Oh, yeah, there's another crane. This chassis right here, this platform that we built is really good. That's a really good platform for doing whatever if you need to move a heavy vehicle around. Oh, on YouTube, guys, I don't know if you've ever seen this. Speaking of full launch pads. Oh yeah, it was canceled. Like, and never mind that that's basically what's at the top of a THAAD missile. No, it was canceled though. That's right, Ari. It's a copy of 39A. Minus the crawlerway. I could probably do it with the crawlerway nowadays. What else do I have? What other fun stuff do we have floating around up in here? Oh, orbiter transporter vehicle. In case you want to go drive your shuttle around KSC. How far did we get with the Moonlander today? I refactored the entire design and retested it. I'm happy with its design. Jim probably end up doing the lunar mission tomorrow because I needed to redo the lander design. Other than that, though. Bob Finch, I remember that dude. Yeah, Shark Tales. Old school. Is there a way to increase the structural stability of stock robotic parts? Yes. Hybrid tech, baby. Hybrid tech, baby. Want to see? Check this out. Look. G11 hinge, right? I made parts for KSP a little while back. These are called hybrid tech reinforcements. So check this out. You take this side of the hinge and you attach it to the side with the stripes, the clevis. And then you take the top side and you attach it here, like that. And then if you take these two things and you hit same vehicle interaction on either one, right arm, both of them, this is using SVI, same vehicle interaction, to make a hinge. This part has a very, very high resolution collider in it, guys, and it reinforces the hinge design. It's designed to work with it. And that makes this hinge not bend. It basically reinforces the joint on the physics joint there. Any idea what's happening with Spectrum? No idea. This doesn't look lunar. You're very perceptive. Yeah, I was just burning some time because, yeah, we ran out of time because we're going to cover the Starlink launch here in a second. And then I'm probably going to be done for the night after that, dudes. I got to get up in the morning. I got a doctor's appointment in the morning. I have to drive up into the city, and that's going to be fun. Those are not, the hinge is not available for download, Ari. Not right now. Boots on the moon tomorrow? I think that's the plan, dude. Having to refactor the lander design based off of what we saw kind of put me back a day, guys. But yeah, we'll get her done. Let's watch this Starlink launch here, and then we'll call it for the night. We could end the Kerbal stream with a nice real rocket launch would be pretty good. All right. Booster flying tonight is 1082 on its 17th flight. Dude, that's New Astronauts by Test Shot Starfish. That won't screw the VOD. That song is so good. Can you see Starlink from Europa? I don't think so. It's a little ways away. Dog the Hall Monitor. You watch a new CSI Starbase video. I'm starting to understand your obsession with ground servicing equipment. It's cool, man. It's cool. The machine that makes the machine. That's the coolest part. Look at all the turbo nerds. Me, Zach, Space Engineer, Ryan Weber, Alex. We all gravitate towards the freaking pad stuff because it is the superior spacetism stuff, man. That's how she rolls, dude.
9 tanks are pressing for strong back recheck.
Here we go. Beautiful day out in Southern California, from what I can tell. That's the superior. It is, dude. All the turbo nerds gravitate to pad infrastructure because we're like that. We're weird. West Coast, man, you see her in a week. What are you heading out? Oh,
Strong back retract has started.
what a beautiful place, dude. Lompoc is... What's that thing over there? Has that always been there? I'm talking about GSE. I've never seen that smokestack over there. Okay, so this is the Starlink, what is this? 1017, I think? No, 1017 was a little while back. This is 1121. Starlink Group 1121. It's launching southeast out of Vandenberg. Yeah, southeast out of Vandenberg. The booster flying today is booster 1082 on its 17th flight. This is SpaceX's 142nd mission for this year. 137th Falcon 9 of 2025, meaning Falcon 9 has launched more times in this last year than the shuttle program did over its 40-year tenure. I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to feel about that. Not sure if I'll make it to Lompoc, but SoCal in general. SoCal's nice, man. It's a beautiful place, dude. Well, certain parts. You know what I mean. Is a rocket traveling along the coast? Yeah, what was that? Has that smokestack over there always been there, dudes? I don't recall that thing being over there. Maybe I've just been Mandela affected. Is this live? Yes, this is live. Yep. It's the fog machine. Did they change the camera or something? This must be a new camera, dude. And it is a very nice camera. Will there be enough CH-4 supplies for 100 Starship launches per year? That Maze, the way I look at it, dude, is that if SpaceX is willing to build a factory that produces 100 starships proverbially a year, and they're willing to produce starships that is at least at a production level output of like a 730, like Renton, like 737s or 747s at Everett, like if they're willing to reach those production numbers, I'm pretty sure that they've
The LOX load is complete.
taken into account the fuel. Like, they're not going to say, yep, we're going to build 100 starships a year, baby, and then get to doing it and be like, oh crap, we forgot the fuel. You know,
gas closeouts.
pretty sure they have something figured out, dude. How are you going to feel once Starship starts flying that much a year? I'm going to feel great, Brandon. I will consider us good to go if this stream just basically becomes a plane watching stream for rocket launches. That would be like mission success for me.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Okay, Falcon 9's in startup. I hope they fly over the island airfield. They'll fly over the Channel Islands, so they will fly over an island airfield, Pooji. Yeah.
LD is go for launch.
Launch director reports go. Okay, when? 10 years. If SpaceX keeps going at the rate that they're going, 10 years. Yeah, 10 years.
T minus 30 seconds.
The vent is new, Noctilox. Yeah, I don't remember that thing being over there. And then... And then on top of your
T minus
grave,
15 seconds.
the stars will belong to us.
T minus 10, 9,
Pad deluge system is
7,
on.
6,
Sound suppression
5,
water system activated.
4, 3,
Ignition.
2, 1. Ignition.
9 engines up.
And liftoff of Falcon 9. Go SpaceX, go Starlink.
I swear that sounds like a viewer's voice. I'm not going to say who, but I swear that sounds like a viewer's voice. That's very strange. I know that person.
MOD
I'm pretty sure.
capabilities are nominal.
That's very weird. That's if not, it sounds exactly like one of my buddies. That's weird. Anyway, it's not Geeson, no. T plus 30 seconds. 11:21. Doing a roll program, roll pitch is good. Yeah, that guy, Fluffy. Yep.
Power and telemetry nominal.
That's right, Snarf. Yep. Boom,
Falcon is
Chaz,
supersonic.
you're working on a load of GSE content today? Mostly the maths around the tank. Nice, dude. That's awesome. Airsofter, you see it out your window. Yeah, baby. I swear, dude, if that... I don't know if you guys know the person, and I don't want to say who works where. That's a real big no-no with viewers. I don't do that unless they say it publicly, right? But that sounds like a viewer. I know that person's voice, or it's somebody that sounds exactly like them. Like, that's weird. Yeah, but judging by how amped the guy sounded, that sounds like somebody from our crowd, man. go Stalin, yeah. You know, that sounds like one of us. That's weird. I was like, wait a minute. That sounds like somebody from here. Okay. Dude, I've had that happen before. Like a rocket, I won't say who, what, or where. Like a rocket was doing a go no go pull, and then I got like a DM after. It's like, hey, that was me doing the go no go pull. I was like, what the hell, man? Are you kidding me? Okay, coming up on staging here.
Pico.
Stage separation confirmed. Yeah, everything looks good.
I'm back. Startup.
If he says supersonic retro propulsion, we'll know. Yeah. Yep. Beautiful shot of Southern California. Look at those mountains, dude. Telling you, it's a beautiful part of the country. You can say whatever you want about California. I don't really care. That's just that part of the country is just. It's like the like.
Confirmed.
There goes the fairing. It's like a Amalfi Coast, pretty dude. I don't. Maybe not Amalfi Coast, but it's close. There goes the fairing. Fairings will be fished out and reused, guys. They do parachute down and land. Central Coast, California is rather pretty. Dude, from like Lompoc to Monterey Bay. Oh my goodness. Beautiful. It's beautiful, dude. Oh, hey, it's Octo 3 in real life. Yeah. Hearing sonic booms now, is it really? Monterey is your favorite spot. Dude, I like Monterey as well, Vin.
Both vehicles are on a nominal trajectory.
Nice, Dan. That's cool. Big Sur Epic Drive. Hell yeah, man. I'd love to go drive it again, dude. Someday. Someday. Someday we'll go back. How are the burritos in SoCal? Is that a question? Donner Pass. Yeah, good stuff, man. I love the whole Southwest, guys, for what it's worth. The American Southwest is peak for me. That's why I proposed to Bremo at the Grand Canyon. That was a calculated move on my part. Also Laguna Seca. Yeah, I'm quite fond of that place. Serious, yeah. That's deep. The canyon, yes. Yes, it is.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Mind Drive, 36-month resub. Sarah, you miss Arizona. Yep. And she let you buy a truck sight unseen. That may or may not have been me feeling out the situation and make sure that she was the right one. I was like, I'm going to go on a road trip. I'm going to buy a truck. We're going to drive it home. She was like, cool. Whose car we taking? I'm like, wife! 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 Basically just like that. That's how that kind of panned out. And the truck blew a tire on the way home. Well, the wheel came off. You could say I drove the wheels off that truck.
Both vehicles continue to follow a nominal trajectory.
Okay, here we go. Supersonic retro propulsion, my favorite part.
Stage 1 FTS has saved.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
Okay, the E1, the E5, and the E9 engines are firing. That's the best part right there, because not only is it slowing down Falcon 9's first stage, the engine exhaust is acting as a heat shield for the vehicle. It's called supersonic retro propulsion. It was an idea that was pioneered by NASA for landing heavy equipment on Mars. You use the engine exhaust to push the reentry heating away. Falcon 9 uses it. It uses it in the upper atmosphere. The upper atmosphere, which is quite similar up there where the atmospheric density is low, to atmospheric reentry on Mars, because the pressure on Mars is a lot lower. So doing that up there is very similar to doing that closer to the surface on Mars. It was well documented technology that NASA was pioneering, and SpaceX uses it for Falcon 9. They still use it for Falcon 9 to this day. This is the 555th mission for Falcon 9, by the way. 555 Falcon 9 launches, and I've watched almost every single one of them. Some of them I just can't.
Stage 2 FTS has saved.
Okay, first stage is coming back down.
Sonic.
You saw it, Benji. All right. Cool. Sent an invite to the server where we are deving the mod. It's currently not open to the public once we finish our logo. the calm before the spitter rolls in. Oh, for Minecraft? Oh. Oh, neat.
Stage
Stage 1
2.
landing burn.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
Okay, the drone ship is, well, right there. You can see it. Wow, steep angle. Come on. Come on, steer her in.
Landing leg to deploy.
Click.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
542nd recovery attempt. 137th launch of this year. Yup, 1082. Completing its 17th flight. Stand by for the call for nominal orbit insertion. We should be looking at a staging velocity around 27.3. Absolute cinema. Beautiful launch. SpaceX just doing their thing.
Nominal park orbit insertion.
Yep, there you go. I'm going to have to shoot out a message.
I'm back shut down.
I have to shoot out a message, see who was on the console. I don't know, man. Either that was somebody that I know or they sounded exactly like them. That was really weird. And I'm usually good with voices. But yeah, there you go. Starlink 17 or 1121 right there. And with that, guys, that's going to do it for this part. We will get that crew out to the moon tomorrow. Another salute to stage 2. Yeah, there you go. What position is the one doing the calls on the live stream? There's a bunch of different people on the main loop. I don't know what the position that does the calls. Yeah, that does those calls. Maybe a mission director. I have no idea. SpaceX doesn't exactly advertise all their positions in mission control. All right. Anyway, that's going to do it for me, dudes. On the Twitch side of things, I think we should raid Etal. He was in here watching us. So let's go pay it forward to my boy over there. If he's streaming. I don't think he's streaming. Etal, where you at, dog? No, not out and about. Whatever. Never mind. All right, dudes. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll get those Kerbals out to the moon, and then we'll do a space news if there's anything. And, yeah. And I'm not sure what we'll do for after hours. Maybe we'll play Battlefield tomorrow. I don't know. I got to get up early in the morning, guys, which is why I'm stopping. I gotta drive up to the city, which sucks. That's gonna suck. I like living in the woods. So, yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll do Kerbal and then we'll do Space News. I might be gassed by the end of that stream. We'll see. Anyway, so you'll be late tomorrow, dude. Don't remind me. It's possible. I'll set the start time for 1. If I'm earlier, I'm earlier. We'll see. Anyway, guys, have a good night. I will see you guys all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. We'll get Jeb, Bill, and Bob out to the moon tomorrow. I'm pretty satisfied with all the architecture. Yeah, we should be good. Let's get her done. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you later.